What's going on, guys? It's right here with another tutorial. And so what are we building? We will use Laravel and Tailwind CSS to develop a personal portfolio to showcase our experience in projects and skill sets. So I have some prerequisites for this course to make just to make sure that we can work faster, because as you can imagine, Laravel is a huge framework, and I would like us to try and save time as much as possible. So for this tutorial, I'll just focus on Laravel itself. I will not be installing things like PHP or the database or npm or Composer. I expect that at least you are able to install those on your own. If not, perhaps this will be a bit too advanced for you, but if you can follow along still, okay. There's no problem. I just would recommend that you be able to at least install PHP on your computer and Composer and npm, a database, preferably MySQL or Postgres, and then a code editor, whichever you would like to use. For me, I like to use PHP Storm, just because it is feature rich, but it's PHP Storm is not free. So if you don't have access to that, you will definitely want to use something like VS Code or whichever other code editor you'd love to use, right? So the first thing we want to do is proceed to the backend setup, and just before we start, I just like to teach you guys how I normally structure my projects. But if you already have your way around that, no problem. For me, I like to put projects in the home directory and inside a consolidated folder that I like to call www. So every project that I work on is inside of www. So for example, let's say we are building a Gmail and Meet for Google. We would have a folder under www named Google, and then inside that folder we'll have Gmail, we'll have Meet, and many other projects that we work on for this particular company. So if you like this idea, then let's go ahead and create our projects and project group directories. So for me, I already created those. I'll just fire up my terminal. I'll just fire up my terminal, and if I try to do ls, you'll see that I have a www folder here. So if I go to cd www, if I do ls, you'll see a bunch of projects here. If I cd into Ryomido, you'll see there's a bunch of projects, so personal projects here. So that's basically what I'm talking about. So for the portfolio that I'm working on, we are working on, I will name mine just the same as my name. So I'll have Ryomido is the project name. The project name will also be Ryomido. So I'll just make install Laravel in that particular directory. So for you would have to create it. So you'll make directory first. So you would cd to the home directory and then make directory www. After doing that, and then you'll make another directory www / your username, and then after doing that, then now we can cd to www, and for example, my username is Ryomido. That's where I want to install my Laravel project. So let's do that. The first step in installing Laravel is to actually install the Laravel framework itself, plus a bunch of dependencies. So just go to laravel.com. Let me just show you how I get there. Don't get started. It will take you directly to installation. So there's a bunch of ways in which you can install Laravel, but I just like to use the simple method, that is using Composer. And so I'll go back to my terminal. Let's go back to my terminal and just make it full screen. So instead of example app here, I'll just do Ryomido again. So it's going to take a minute to install the project. So I'll just wait on. It's done and it has generated a security key. So if we want to have a look at our project, we can cd into our project. So if you're already in the in this directory, you can just do cd to the directory that Laravel was installed in, and then you do ls. You can see now you should have a project structure that looks like this. If not, make sure that you follow the steps back so that you can be able to get here. So in order for us, the next thing that we need to do is to test that our application is working fine by running PHP artisan serve. So I'll just go ahead and run PHP artisan serve from inside the project directory, and you can see our server has fired up something in the browser. Has provided a port for us to access in the browser, sorry. And if we get here, we can just go here. We can go to that and we can see the Laravel based installation. So if everything worked fine, you should be able to see this page. So the next step is to create the database connection. And in order for us to create the database connection, we need to open our project in our favorite editor. For me, I like to use PHP Storm, so I'll just fire up PHP Storm very quickly. And then you open. It's already there, but let me just do it the long way so that you don't get surprised. So I'll get to the project. I'll open the folder that contains the entire project. Right, so if everything worked fine, then you should be able to see the project here, and then there's a .env file. So this .env file is where we do our database configuration. Fine, so the app directory is where application code is located, application logic, and then Bootstrap, this is used by Laravel. Config is where you store a bunch of configurations for the many different things. So you store it here, and then this is where this is what is used by the app. So the app does not use env directly, it uses it via these config files. Then we have the database. That's where you have factories. So factories are used to generate fake data. Migrations are used to create database tables, to create, to delete, and to manage, and to everything managing database tables and columns. And then seeders are used to insert some data, either test data or dummy data into the database, or whatever data. For example, if we wanted to always have like some users in the application when you're launching it, so you can create some seeders to be able to insert users into the system before people are able to sign up to log into the system. All right, so and then you can see there's resources. So this app CSS and app.js, these ones contain scripts that are not ready for use, that need to be bundled first before they are used. And public here, it contains the main entry point. So this index PHP is the main entry point to our Laravel application. And then this is where you also put a lot of the assets that are ready for use. So all assets that have been built and bundled, they are stored in the public directory. The other one is resources. Resources, we already saw that. So the other thing in resources is views. So views, this is where we do the HTML that is displayed in the browser. very well. And then the other thing is we have the routes. So this is where you define routes, and routes are what I use to map requests to the business logic that processes them. So that is the work of routes. So we have API routes for APIs, and then um, we have a web routes for processing web requests. So the difference between API and web is when you're interacting directly with HTML, and API is when you need to serve API requests to back to the client. So the only the major difference is this one has state. API routes do not have state. So these are things like sessions and everything, but API routes are stateless. So you manage those via like an authentication key or something like that. Storage is where things like cache and logs and files are stored, at least when if you're going to store those things on the same app. So this is where they are stored in storage. So storage files are usually not shipped to production. They are usually ignored when you when you send you push your code to production, and that's a good thing. And you should never force your application to send those files to production. The app should be independent, so that you only ship code and everything else can be added to the app independently. And then we have the vendor directory, which stores third party code, packages that all packages that we install, even Laravel itself, it's in here. So it's somewhere. It's usually called Illuminate or something. Laravel, yeah, Laravel is here, yeah. So Laravel is here. Even Laravel itself is here. So all these are just packages that I use to support the app, to make up the app. And then there's a bunch of other things. So as you can see, it's very basic at its core. And now we need to, after testing the installation, we need now to connect our database. So our database, the way we do that is we go to the env file, and for me, I already created the database, so I'll just do database, and then I'll put in this is on my local machine. You can also set up using your own way, and then that's fine. So if you want to test database installation, you can do PHP artisan database connection, sorry, migrate. So if it doesn't complain that there was an issue connecting to the database, then you know that you're good to go, and we can proceed with setup. Okay. So now that we got that out of the way, the other thing is I need to add the port number here, because this is what this app URL is what Laravel uses to build up links to assets and many other things that are used in the app. So you just want to make sure that it's building the URL correctly, because HTTP localhost doesn't point to anything, because our app is being served at 8,000, right? Good. So that is awesome. So front end setup. So in order for us to set up the front end, yeah, fortunately for us, Laravel provides front end scaffolding. So it provides starter kits that you can use to set up your projects. Front end, you can choose either of Breeze or just Shim. And like we said, the starter kit provides boilerplate code that you can use to build components for your application. It also generates an authentication scaffolding with logging, registration, account confirmation, password reset functionality, and more. Yeah, so it's always improved with every new release of Laravel. So you should always check that out in the documentation. So furthermore, when you're using, for example, when you're using Breeze, you have the option to select either if you want to use Blade or you want to use Vue.js, or you want to use React.js or Next.js as your main front-end stack. So for this tutorial, I'd like us to keep everything native to Laravel. So we'll just use Breed with Blade. So Blade is the official templating system for Laravel. So just like if you have React, you'd have JSX, or yeah, each framework always has the templating engine. So in a nutshell, Blade is how we'll do our HTML and CSS together, of course, together with Tailwind CSS. So having said that, let us go to go ahead and install Laravel Breeze. Of course, all this information is available in the documentation. So let's just go back to the documentation and go to the next step. So starter kits. So starter kits, you have Laravel Breeze. Let me just head over to installation and do the installation. Just give it a second for it to finish. And then once we are done, we can now install, do Breeze install. So Breeze install is what will install all the dependencies that we need to be able to work with Breeze. So let me just do another terminal here and go quickly to my project and then run that. So it's asking me a couple of questions. So it's asking me if I want a Blade with Alpine, Livewire, Livewire Vault class API, Livewire Vault functional API, React with inertia, Vue with inertia, API only. For me, I want Blade with Alpine. So Alpine is just a lightweight JavaScript library that you use to add interactivity into your application. For example, doing things like drop-down menus or accordions. Instead of having to install an entire library for that, you just use a small, tiny Alpine to be able to do that. So it adds real-time interactivity to your app without you having to install a huge framework for that. Yeah? Good. So we'll just go with this, and then would we like to have support for dark theme? We say yes. Testing framework, let's just go with PHP unit. You can be able to change that later on if you want to. And we give it a second to be able to install all the dependencies. And yeah, as we continue with the tutorial. So let's just give it a second. Good. So we are good. We are good to go. And the next step is for us to set up. I think that step already did run for us all the things that we need to run, but we will just do this. So we've already done PHP artisan Breeze install, PHP artisan migrate. We already did that. So PHP artisan migrate. If you did not run that command, that just go ahead and do it. And then we have npm install. It already installed all the npm packages for us. And then we have npm run dev. So npm run dev. So this will boot up something called Vite. So Vite is just a piece of software that works with npm to be able to build our code, to bundle our JavaScript and CSS code. So in this case, our JavaScript code that would be Alpine.js, and our CSS code that would be Tailwind CSS. Yeah. So the reason why we use Vite, or Laravel uses Vite, is because, for example, when you're working with something like Tailwind CSS, it has the way Tailwind works is it has utility classes. So for example, it has a background utility classes. So for example, there's white, gray backgrounds, and then there's different shades of gray, and then there's different, let's say, text, blue text, and then there's different shades of blue. And then there's just so many options that you can play around with all those utility classes. And as you can imagine, it generates hundreds of thousands of utility classes, and those would add the file that is supposed, if you were to generate every utility class and just load it into your app, that would be like hundreds of megabytes of code. And so what Vite does is it just bundles what you're using in your HTML. So it checks your HTML, and then it just bundles the utility classes that you're using in your HTML without having to load everything in your code. So it makes the app very lightweight, and it improves the developer experience. And then in the end, when you're done with developing, you also use Tailwind. You also use Vite also bundles the production build, so that you can ship code that is very optimized for production. All right, so that's the reason why we use Vite. Vite's just a build tool, at least in this case, yeah. And it also, when you are developing on the local machine, it watches for changes in our code and then rebuilds our app every time, so that all our utility classes are always up to date. And JavaScript also, all our new changes to our JavaScript files, the changes are picked up and loaded into our app without us needing to refresh all the time. So that's fine. So the next thing that we need to do, like you've seen, for me, I'm using 3 terminal windows. So the first terminal window is where you do PHP artisan serve. The next terminal window is where Vite watches for changes in our code, so where you run npm run dev. And the third one is where you generate resources like controllers, models, as we can see. So that's where you interact with the Laravel application in the third terminal window. So the third one, I like to use the one in my editor, because that's the one closest to me, and I like to leave these other ones running somewhere in the background. All right, so yeah, just in case, so you don't get confused, you have to have npm run dev running and then PHP artisan serve running, unless you're advanced and you know another way of doing this. This basic setup will sort you out. Yeah. So another thing that I would like to share with you is that in order to make this tutorial at least not last too long, to make it a bit shorter and bearable, because Laravel is a huge framework and there's a lot that we are going to cover. I made a bunch of snippets, so code snippets here that we can use. We'll be copying this. It's already pre-built components using Tailwind CSS, so we just use them. It's publicly available on my GitHub on this URL. So ryomido/snippets, and then so you can copy them and use them in your code. But I would like us to use those snippets to be able to build our code, right? To build our front end, instead of having to code everything. As you will see, Tailwind can be a bit cumbersome when you're building, because you have to, just like or CSS is always just cumbersome. That's just the nature of CSS, because you're actually fleshing out your code and building beautiful things. So beautiful things also always take time to build. So yeah, no big deal. All right. So the other thing that I wanted to show you before we proceed is that now, if you check our app, you will, if you refresh it, if you refresh our app, you realize that after installing Breeze, it has put for us a bunch of things. So now we have a login, forgot password, register page, and a bunch of other pages that are used for authenticating, password confirmation, and many other operations. So if you would like to read more about that, it's available in the documentation. I always recommend that you actually take time to read the documentation, even if you're following a tutorial, because you're going to use Laravel to build a lot of applications, and you're probably going to to pay your bills with code that you write with Laravel. So it pays for you to just spare some time to learn how to use it well. Uh, People like to say, "Oh, for me, I'm a visual learner. There's nothing like visual learner." So if you have eyes, just read. It will make a huge difference in your life. Learn to read. It makes you stay ahead of your other developers, because developers don't like reading. That I can tell you. And if you just stay ahead of other developers by reading, because there's a lot of information that you miss out on when you just follow a tutorial and that's it. Yeah, it limits you. It limits the options that you have. It limits your creativity. So when you read the documentation, you understand what is available to you in a bigger scope, and you're more open to experimenting with new things. And when you're working in a team, you have like a bigger view, a wider view, a bigger picture of everything that you're working on, much better than those people who don't read the documentation. So all tools that you use, whether it's a package, whether it's a whatever, make sure that you just it will take you like a week or 2 weeks to read the documentation, and then it will make a lifetime of an improvement in your life. So make sure that you do the documentation, right? So having said that, let me not bore you with a lot. So you can see our views only had this welcome page, but now we have components, we have layouts, we have profile, we have dashboard, and these are just views that are used by our app to display a couple of things. And then we are going to go over all these things, so don't you fret. We also have the controllers. As you can see, we have a profile controller and auth controllers here that have been added to our app. So you can open this and read what is in there. So this one is used to to display the login page, and also to log in a user to process a login request. Um, Confirmable password. This is used to display the confirm password view, so it's documented. You can be able to tell what is in there. So let me not go over this. You will probably never need to change any of these files, so just allow them to be there. Yeah, good. So the next step now for us is to set up our UI. So I would like us to set up the UI for the user-facing part first, and then later on we'll go to the admin side after we are done with that. Okay, so the structure of a Laravel page usually works like this. So you have the layout, the main layout, like in this layout. So you have like the main layout, that is where you import your CSS and JavaScript, and you import other components like the header, the navigation menu, the footer, that is shared amongst all views. And then now that layout will be inherited by as you like, as you specify, by all many other pages in your application. So you just write for the other pages, you just write the code that is needed for each page, and then you inherit the main layout, and then Laravel does its thing and makes sure that you have all those other basic things available for all the other pages. So we are going to do that practically. So the first thing I like to do myself is to make sure that for example, in the web, in our routes, just looking at this, we can see that what is displaying our welcome page, our home page, is this route here. So we can see that we are doing logic inside the routes file, which is not supposed to be the case. As you can see here, for example, the profile page is handled, the request is handled by the profile controller class, and then the edit method in the profile controller, and then it has a name like this. So I would like us to do a similar thing for our home page. So in order to be able to do that, we need to generate a controller. So in order to generate a controller, as specified by Laravel, you can just search for controllers here, and basic controllers. So this is how you do a basic controller. So I would like to create a basic controller for the homepage. So I'll just call it something like maybe site controller, because maybe I'll use it for something else. Or let me just call it home controller. So home controller, it creates a basic controller here with sorry, this is, I've opened the wrong file, which is just an empty boilerplate. And this is where we will add code for our app. So I would like to define a method here that when we reach that endpoint, we'll be able to display our homepage. So let me just go ahead and do this. Public function index. And then if you want to return a view in Laravel, what you do is you just use the view helper method, and then you specify where the view is. So I'm just going to, I like to like store things in an organized way. So for example, if all my views for the user facing side, I'll just store them inside a directory called site. Because you can imagine if we have like 20 views and then we store them all here, it's going to be cluttered. So I'll just categorize them here. So inside the site, I want to put like a file called index.blade.php. So .blade.php. If you don't add .blade, then Laravel will not recognize this as a Blade template, and it will not be processed as using the Blade templating engine. So make sure that you add that to all your files that you want to be processed by the Blade template engine. So having said that, let's go ahead and just type it works. So we have a view for the home page, and now we only need to do site dot. So it uses the dot notation. So if we had like site and then another folder, we would be able to like do site dot that folder until we reach the file, and then the file, you just give the file name without the .blade.php, because the template, Laravel will be able to recognize that you're referring to a Blade template, and it will be able to pick it up. Okay, so by default, the view helper method points to the views directory, so you don't need to say like views dot what. You just specify whatever folder you have stored your view inside the views directory. Okay, so having done that, now we can go back to here, and then we remove this functionality, and we do it the way Laravel recommends. So we'll have like the controller, an array, and then the first element is the controller, the next element is the method. So I'll just go ahead and do home controller, and then class, and here I'll do the index method. Okay, so replacing with qualifier means I just import here the entire class, and then I just use it as a class here instead of having to like write the entire path here, right? And then the index method. So if I click here, click through, if your editor is able to do that, you'll be able to land here on our index method. So if I save this and I go back to my application and I reload it, you should be able to see it works. Okay, it works. So that is at least our view now. We've been able to map it to a controller and then to a view in a very clean way. So this is the recommended way of working with Laravel. So as you can imagine, we will also be able to replace this with a more clean way of doing this. So just stay tuned. So the next step after doing that is to set up now. As you can see, it's just there's just this code, there's nothing there, so we need a way to like specify a layout and a navigation menu and a footer and the rest of the page. Yeah, so the way I do this is I like to go to the layouts page and just clone the app layout, and then I call it site, so that I don't have to change the basic layouts that are provided to us by Laravel. I just create my own, and then inside there now I can now add a bunch of things. So I want to remove Laravel's code so that we can build everything from scratch using our own way. So uh, I'll also show you something very important here, but first of all, let us just make sure that we get our resources ready. So I'll go to my snippets online. Where was that? I lost my browser. Oh, okay, it's here. So I'll go to my snippets, and then usually I have like a head refers to like the head section. Just this head section. Uh, So this is where we define like our scripts and add metadata. So for the only thing I need here is I need the font. Just need the font. I want to use a font called Anufan. I don't like this default font that is used by Laravel, so I'll just import Anufan. And since we are using Tailwind CSS, once you import the font like this, you go to Tailwind config. So this is a file where you do the configuration for Tailwind CSS, like setting colors and many other things. So for me, I would like to add another font here. I'll just call it Anufan, and then I do Anufan, and then the rest I leave it like that. So Anufan. So I'll come here, instead of saying font sans, like you can see sans is here. I'll do font Anufan, just to show you how you can possibly change your font if you want. You can even add another font here, or you can use several fonts. Like you make sure you add the link to that font from whatever. For me, I'd like to use Google API, fonts.googleapis.com. So that is Google Fonts. I just copy the links that they provide, I paste them here, and then I refer to them like this. So they will always specify the font family. So you add that font family as array element here, and then that's how you do your font. Okay. Very important. Now that we have that out of the way, we have our fonts. The other thing that we want to do is to add navigation and everything. So for navigation, I also have some scripts that are not really a script, a pre-built component. So the thing that I would like you to know about navigation is it needs to be responsive, such that it can adapt to both mobile and to desktop. And in order for it to do that, there's a lot of work that goes in. For many Tailwind websites that I've seen, normally people create two separate menus. So when it's on mobile, you display a different menu. When it's on desktop, you display a different menu. However, I realized that it's a lot of work to do that, also to build a unique menu for mobile. So I wrote some small CSS and JavaScript scripts, so that I just use them for all my apps. So what it does, it just copies what the menu that I create for the desktop, and then it optimizes it for mobile, and then does everything for me. So I have also provided those scripts here. So don't worry too much if you feel like you're getting lost or anything. This is you always get better. The thing I realized about the human brain is no matter how overwhelming information looks, when you keep on um, as long as you keep on using something, you just get better at it with time. So don't you fret. So I have a number of scripts here that I'm going to add to the app. So this one, you can take it and modify it and use it however you want. But for me, I'm going to add them to this, just as they are. So if you want to add any assets, any scripts, you add them in the public directory. So I'll create. Let me just do it manually anyway. Create a new directory. I'll call this CSS, and then I'll create another directory. I'll call it JS. So that's where I'll put my JavaScript files, and then inside my CSS, I'll put a new style sheet file. And then I'll just call it menu menu.css, and then I'll copy my CSS from online. Just copy this. That's it. So it just a bunch of classes that are written to be able to use on mobile devices, as we are going to see in a moment. And then I'll create another JavaScript file here. And then I'll call it mobile menu.js. So I also look for mobile menu here, and I just copy this. Okay, so we are good. So you can read this file. I wrote it some time back. You can read through it. It's just vanilla JS, nothing fancy. You can read it and improve it. What it does is just it copies the menu as it is on the for desktop, and then it converts it to a responsive menu for smaller devices like tablets and iPads and mobile phones. It works even for multi-layered drop-down menus. So yeah, I find it easier to just copy it around in my project instead of having to to create new ones all the time. Aside from that, I also let me just show you something. So when you're having like a drop down menu on a mobile phone, normally you don't want it when somebody clicks on it, it just pops out erratically. So there's some code here that I use. So I used a plugin called Slide to Go. So Slide to Go, it slides slowly when you click on a drop down menu. So I'll just also add that plugin here. So I got it somewhere online, because yeah, I didn't want to import like an entire jQuery or something like that just to do small things on my app. So you can look for a way to bundle this all into one file, but I like to separate them just so that um, I can be able to update them each time in case I need to. Yeah. So slide to go. So slide to go right there. So after doing all that, now our app is ready. Not our app, our scripts are ready to be imported in here. So I will start with the mobile menu CSS. So URL is just a helper class to that is used to a helper class that is used to build links for assets and for links on the website. So yeah, so we will use it a lot to be able to reference images and other files on the website. So there's URL. So they are normally called helper functions. So if you go to Laravel, you can be able to look for um, helper helpers. So you'll be able to get a lot of helper methods here. So you can see URL is here. So a lot of helper methods that you can be able to use to make work easier when you're working with your Laravel application. So as you can see, there's Laravel, there's asset, there's route, action, whatever, everything. Good. So having said that, let us just proceed. Now that we have this, we can also add like type text CSS. Very well. And then we have scripts. So script, normally you do them just before the body. So src. So I did images, but that should be, sorry about that. That should be like CSS. This should be JS, menu.js. And then, of course, type is text JavaScript. Good. And then, so menu.js, but before that, we also need to import the slide tools.js. Good. So our layout is now ready to be used. Very well. So I would like us to look at Laravel. So if you let's say on the Laravel documentation you are down here and you'd like to go back up, you just press on the / button. It does the search so that you don't have to scroll up to start the search. And then I'll just go to building layouts. So there's different ways you can build layouts in Laravel. So the first method is using components. So using components, so this is how you define a layout component inside the components directory instead of the layouts directory, and then you use it like this, you inherit like this. So you can see X layout, it will go to the components and look for layout. And then it will inherit that functionality. But for me, I like to use the second method, which is layouts using template inheritance. So I'll just use we already created an site.blade.php, and I'm just going to use inheritance to use that. So as you can see, there is a bunch of code here, but the most important part is here, where now this is how we inherit now the content from the other pages into the layout by using the @yield method. So we'll just copy that, and instead of doing slot here, so slot is for component layouts, but for us we want to use layout inheritance, so that's good enough for us. Okay, so we can now go to our index, our homepage thing and try out our layout. So extending a layout. So now when we're using template inheritance, we can extend our layout like this. So for example, use the @extends method. So @extends layout site, and then that now will inherit our layout. And then we need to, like you can see, we said here, yield content. So everything that is located inside something called @section. So you define that using @section, and then you use you pass the name. So whatever section will have the same name as what we have in yield is going to be displayed there. So I will just copy this and add it to our template, and we are good. So every template that you are going to build in our application will start like this. So this is the basic structure of a template, and then so all content that we put here now will be, so whatever will be changing will just be the content of the page, but the navigation menu, the footer, everything else will remain constant. Okay, Fine. So that's all right. I'll go and reload my website. Let me just reload that. Yeah, this is my body content. You can see we have inherited our layout. So in as much as it doesn't show a big change, we have made a huge milestone so far. And let us proceed. So now the other thing that we need to do is I'll probably, so when I'm using CSS, Tailwind CSS, I like to, you see, like there are things like that I use a lot of times on each page, like things like buttons, things like navigation menu, navigation links, things like containers. A container is just some is a div that is used to restrict the width of a page or anything. Just, a container, yeah. For me, that's how I refer to containers. Like it's used to refer the width of elements on a page to certain specific width. So, for example, if you're viewing a website on a very large screen, you don't want the width to stretch all the way across the page. You want to restrict it so that the design of the website remains consistent. So the way I like to do that is I have uh, a bunch of CSS files that I define, CSS classes that I define specifically just to group that functionality, Tailwind CSS functionality together, so that I don't have to write a lot of Tailwind CSS for those specific things. So let me just show you what I'm saying. So for example, let me just go to my browser, to my snippets. So what I'm talking about is this Tailwind CSS extension. Let me just copy it and add it here inside the Tailwind, this app.css. So here I define some scroll, I enable smooth scroll in the browser. This is how you do it. And then I check the browser also if, for example, someone is suffering from motion sickness and they have decided to disable smooth scrolling in their browser, you can be able to disable it. So you check if they prefer reduced motion, and then you disable smooth scroll. You return it to auto, so that you don't have to force them. You don't have to force smooth scrolling in the browser when the user doesn't want that. Okay, and then so mobile nav content. This is now some sections that I've defined inside the navigation menu, specifically for mobile for the mobile menu. So I call them this way because I use JavaScript to manipulate them. So these are not necessarily important in Tailwind CSS, but they're important for JavaScript. So yeah, I just use this to do some basic styling inside here in Tailwind CSS. And then there's the also the primary menu I like to put. So this is the toggler. I'll be able to show you what a toggler is. So the navigation menus, those are the links like home page, like home, blog, contact us. So those are what I call navigation links. So there's some specific style grouping for that. And then there's the default container. So this defines a container. So it specifies it specifies the maximum width for different devices, so that, like I said, our content doesn't spread over across the screen to the edges. And then section container is where I just inherit the as you can see, the way you inherit Tailwind classes into your own style, into your own classes, you use the @apply. So all these methods, all these utility classes already exist in Tailwind CSS, but we are just extending them and assigning them to our own classes, just so we can be able to group things together, and you don't and not have to do a lot of a lot of writing of repetition of writing of utility classes. Sorry, a mouthful there. Yeah, so we have another thing, that's the title. So I just define, for uniformity, I define the title in here so that we can be able to use it across all the different pages. And then default container, dashboard container, sorry, this is used on the dashboard side. Then there's also buttons. So there's a standard definition for the button, and then so I have a couple of buttons that I like to use for my website. So we have the primary button, which uses the primary color. So I usually like to select like 2 to 3 colors for each project. So we have the primary, secondary, and if I have a third one, I call it the tertiary. So for now we will have 2. So I'll just have like secondary. We are going to set up these colors in Tailwind config. You'll be able to see what I mean, so that you don't have to use Tailwind colors in your app. You can be able to specify your own colors. Fine, so those are the buttons, and then we have a badge. A badge is just some specific background that you can be able to put around to highlight or to emphasize certain content. For example, view count or or things like that. You can use a badge. So basically, these are things that I normally use across all different apps, and I so that you don't have to have a very big button on one page and then a very small button on the next page, just because you couldn't keep up with the consistency. This is just for consistency across the app. Okay, so having said that, let us now so this Tailwind will build these classes, these classes, all these classes, and make them available in our app so that we can be able to use them. And then the way you extend colors is just do colors, and then you specify the colors here. Now, for example, I'll do primary. I'll specify some color here. Then I'll do secondary. Then I'll specify some color here. Yeah, so that's good. So the colors that I'm going to use for this app, I'll copy these colors here. Let me just stop presenting this for a second so that I can copy the colors. All right. Home. So let me highlight this and check what color this is. So I'll check that and use it here, but I'd like it to be a little darker. So I'll just a little darker like that. Good. It's good enough. And then I'll do another color. I'll copy this. I'll just copy it as is, so I can use it here. So you can use your own colors. You can select any color as long as they contrast well. If you know a thing a bit about color, then you're more better placed to do this than me. But for me, this always suffices. So we are good. So we have set up our colors. We've set up our CSS is ready. Now the next thing that we need to do is to create our header and footer components. So I like to put the header and footer in the components directory. So I'll just create here a new file called header.blade.php. So I look for header. So header just refers to what you have at the top that contains the logo and navigation. And as you might have noticed, there is an application logo here. So I'll just replace it with mine. Uh, I don't like, so that is Laravel's logo. I'll just replace it with mine. So my app name, that will be right middle, that's my name. And then the image that I'm going to use, I'll just look for some images, some default images from my computer. Let me just go to downloads. I had some two default images here. So this particular image, I'll be using it when a user hasn't uploaded their profile photo, and this is when we are missing any uploaded photo for the other resources like projects and whatever. So it's always good to have those. I'll create a new folder in the public directory, and I'll call it images. I'll put the default images here. Then I will look for a cool photo of mine to use as the logo. You can always look for something yourself. So I'll just pick this one, although it's too huge. Pick this one, is a bit smaller. I'll just call it logo.jpg. So in order for me to use it, as usual, do URL and then images slash logo.jpg. So this will point to the public directory, and then it will go to images, and then it will look for logo.jpg, and then it will display it for us. So for width, I like to keep the width at 10, and then I remove everything else. So this height and width, they are available in the Tailwind CSS documentation. You can be able to check that out. So block means display block. H10 means height of 10 units. So these 10 units uh, mean this is just language specific to Tailwind CSS. So you don't have to worry about that, because you can always go to Tailwind CSS and look for height. When you go to height, it will tell you exactly what those things measure. So I took 10. 10 means 2.5 rem or 40 pixels. Yeah, so you can always check whatever unit you can use here, and experiment until you have something that is satisfactory for you. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. So I'll just go back to the app, and have that logo there. So we will. So I want to put a backslash here, or I can just do URL home, not really URL home, that is route home. So there's something called named routes. So the home route is named home, as you saw. I think we said that. I don't know if we forgot to name it, so we just name it. We name it home. So when we name it like that, it doesn't matter whatever we put here. It's going to identify that route and build the route for us and assign it to this place here. So that's how you use the route helper function. Good. So our application logo is ready, so we can be able to use it in our app. So I'll just use that there, and then also use it here. Cool. So we have our nav links. You can see we using our nav link classes. We have main navigation, we have primary menu, and then we have this now from here. This is for mobile. Everything at the top here, this is for desktop. Okay. So what happens is I'll just add my navigation inside the main menu here. Add my navigation here, and then my JavaScript that we added earlier will take care of copying it and adding it here inside this container. So it's a pre-built container, so JavaScript just looks for this particular class and it pastes all that code that has been built in here, so that our application is consistent across multiple devices. So now we want to include our component in our in our app. And as Laravel recommends, this is how you include components. As we saw here, you do x dash the name of the component. So like you see here, inside components you have layout.blade. So if you want to use that, you do x dash layout, okay, inside whatever view you want to use that component. So for me, I want to use the header component, so I will do x dash header, just like that. That should suffice for now. Okay, fine. So let's go to our app in the browser and see what has happened. As you can see, this is it. So part of that header is not showing because the text is white. And I also want this picture to be rounded, so I'll just go back to my code and to my logo and do rounded full. So that will make it rounded all through. And if you can see, it's now the borders are rounded. Now, in order to see the effect that that has had on our application, let's go to the let's add some backgrounds and things. So to the index page, instead of doing this, we can set up a section. And then I have a hero section example also in my snippets. So I'll just use that for now so that we don't have to write everything from scratch. So the hero section snippet is here. It's called the homepage intro. So I'll just use that, and then it requires an image here. So I'll use the default image that we have, URL images slash default.jpg. That's the name of the image that I just added in the here. So it's images default.jpg. So that's what we have there. And then let's see what else is required here. We have another thing that should suffice. And then good. So we can go back to our app and see what has happened. You can see now this is what it looks like. Okay, so it looks like this for small devices. And if I click on this, you can be able to see our menu. The menu that we've been working to build is here. So if it was on a phone, you'll be able to see the logo here, the hamburger menu bar here. Then if you click on it, this is what was called the menu toggler. So you do that, you click on that, the menu shows, and then you can be able to like navigate freely on the mobile. And then if it was a huge device, I'll just show you in Chrome, because Chrome, let me just open a new, let me exit from full screen, so that this is what it looks like on a huge device, yeah, on a bigger device. Okay, so we have our navigation links here, and just to show you practically what I was meaning by making updates, let me just add another link very quickly as we proceed. I'll just add another one. I'll just say another one for testing. Another one for testing. And if I come here, I do this, you'll find it, our JavaScript has copied it here. For us, we added it here at the top. Okay, so everything is working fantastic. All right, now the next part. Now that our main menu is working fine, let us add another section here to showcase the technologies that we use. Yeah, so I also have some snippet code for that. So I apparently have have snippet codes for everything, so that, like I told you, we don't want to prolong this tutorial for too long. It's already getting too long, and yeah, we don't want to spend too much time on making it too long. So now let me just create another component. I just want to call it technologies. So technologies are just things like PHP, Ruby on Rails, React.js, things that we use to build our code. These are technologies that we use as part of our stack. So I'll go to my snippets and I will look for technologies, and I have them right there. So I'll just copy this and save it. Supported technologies, I'll just call it technologies. So if I go back to my app, you can see, oh, I haven't included it in the app. So let me, after doing everything, let's just go ahead and include it. So I will create another section, and then I will include technologies. Like we said, you just do X. So I'll do another container. I'll just call it default container. So default container doesn't have padding at the top and the bottom, so that we don't have to have a very huge, this technologies part. If you don't have, you don't want a container that has a padding, it only has the restricted width, you can use the default container. So X technologies, okay. So that works fine. Let's go see what this has brought. So we have this part here, technologies. So I will do some background on this section. So I'll add I will add bg gray 800 or 900. Let me just try. I want to add a dark background there. Seems okay. And then I will do a small padding so that we have a little bit of, yeah, it looks good now. And then I can do text blue 100 to make it whiter. Good. That looks fine. So let me show you how this would look if we had a lot of technologies. So I'll go to technologies. So this is the code that defines technologies, and I will just proceed to multiply it several times. So the way you do that in PHP, you just do, let me just do a bunch of technologies here in an array. So I'll say PHP, Ruby, Elixir, Go, JavaScript. So you can do that as I call it technology, and then for each, and then in the middle here now we can put our code, and then I'll just put, this is how you display text in Laravel Blade. So if you want to learn more about that, you read Blade templates. If you go to if you come here, it will be able to show you the different ways you can use. So blade template. So if you start reading from the top, you'll be able to recognize some of these things. As you can see, all the things that I added there are being displayed here. So it has multiplied them as I specified. So we are doing good. So yeah. Okay, so I will just, I think we should work with the one that is inside here. We'll leave the outer one. So this, the inner one is the one we iterate. There's a good reason for that for now. Now the other section is where we add our projects, the projects that we've worked on. So the projects that we've worked on, I will proceed to create another component. Then I will say projects.blade, and then I will look for a blade snippet in my code for, HTML snippets for projects, and then I'll copy this. I'll just paste it here. And then I will go to my index page and then create another section. So for this one, I want it to be BG gray 100 to have a gray background, and then I just do project. Then instead of doing default container, I'll do now section container, because section container has a padding. Section container. So as you are going to see, so this is what I'm talking about. So you have this huge space here. It's called a padding. So you can be able to adjust that. In case you don't like that, you can look for section container here. Then I will say extra large, for example, so that it's smaller here. Or you can put even py5, and it's reduced even further. Yeah, so for me, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Okay, and then let's see what we got here. So it looks like that it is too huge. So I'll do maybe 12, and then I'll do 24 here. Like I said, all these things are available in the documentation, so you can always check them out. I think this looks a bit reasonable. I'll just leave it at that, because okay, so extra large 24. Maybe I can do 16 for this, and then for very big screens, that's when I can do PY32. Yeah, at least it looks uniform. This one here for very small devices, maybe I can do 6. Yeah, looks more reasonable. So I'll leave it like that. Fine. So we have our projects, and if we want to see what many projects will look like, I will just copy that code there. So whatever is, so we can see this is a grid. A grid is like just a container for grid boxes, and then we are saying for screens that are from iPad and above, we have 2 columns, and then for the ones that are very large, we can have like 3 columns, and then I'll do like for each. Let me just say range from 1 to 10, as these are projects, so project at end for each. So I'll just press this here. So it's going to do 10 iterations for this div. So that this is just so we can be able to see, the effect of having many of these on the page. And then I will leave this out. In fact, let me do for everything that is text primary, let me replace it with nothing. Then I'll do text primary inside the layout, so that by default all text should be text primary. Primary is that deep blue color that we chose. Yeah, so if I go back to the app, you can see it looks like this. So that seems weird. I'll just return extra large, maybe MD. Yeah. So MD looks like that, so we're good. And then if you want to see what it looks like on bigger screens, on very large screens, so this is, I can do XL here, sorry, XL3. So you can see 3 projects per each. So you can play around with it and see what works for you, and that will be fine. That will be excellent. So just a brief explanation here. We have grid, and then we specify the number of columns we want for each screen, and then the gap between the grid and the boxes here. So that will create boxes for us, and then PHP will insert as many boxes as we want it to, and then Tailwind CSS will arrange them for us on the page as we specify, using those utility classes. So our projects are good. The next section is blog posts. So we can add blog posts on the home page. So I will create another component for blog posts. So I just call it post.blade. And then I also have a snippet for that. So I'll check for my snippet, I'll check for posts, and I'll just copy that. So I'll copy that, and then let me copy the URL. We didn't have any images there. Just so the post, this is the main image if I'm not wrong. So the main image, you can just use images, default.jpg, and then some posts, that's fine. Oops. The rest of it is fine. We'll be able to add the links and real uploaded images later on, but for now this should suffice. And then this is the author's image, so I'll just use some author. The author's image, I'll just use the logo image, and then that should be fine. Net should be fine. So I'll go back to let's say text primary. I'll remove all references to primary. I'll remove all references to primary text, so that we inherit from whatever we put here in the layout. Now I go back to the index page, so I just copy this. So the reason why I put this gray and this one I want it to be white, so I just leave it by default because by default our thing is white. And the way so I want to leave everything else as is. I just want there to be contrast between sections, so we move from a gray one to a white one to a gray one to a white one, just to make sure that everything looks awesome. So this one is for posts. And if we go to our website, we should be able to see like one blog post here, one huge blog post, but on larger screen it looks awesome like this. Yeah, so I will go ahead and multiply them just so we can be able to see what multiple blog posts will look like for us. So I'll say for each, I'd say range 1 to 10, maybe 1 to 6 or 1 to 9 as post, and for each. Then I'll just paste that code there. Here we can go and see what it looks like when you have many blog posts. So you can see the page is coming out so well, and that looks awesome. That looks excellent. It looks awesome. So the last thing I want us to put, at least for this tutorial, is the footer. Just like we put the header, I would like us to put the footer, new footer.blade.php. So once you have that, I have a snippet for the footer. FF footer example. Just place it right there. So let's go it bit by bit. We don't have any text primary here, so that should be awesome. All right, so we have a background image here. We need some. Oh, okay. I'm wondering why it's not working. I misspelled blade. So that will be. I just use URL. Images / default .jpg. That is working fine. So BG black. This is how you add a background over. Is it underlay? a background image background, and then you add an overlay by inserting some gradients on top of it. So you put like an image at the bottom, and then on top of it you add other divs with background with some transparency. So this just means that add some 0.6 out of 1 transparency or opacity, so that you can be able to see it as if it's some translucent thing. Then the color here, you can play with whichever color you'd like. That looks fine. I don't know if we need any other thing here. I'm going to show you what that looks like, and then for here we have a helper method called now. So now, and then we just do the year, so it will always update every year. So here we have this. So instead of having this, I can put the logo, but I just leave it at that. Let me just put it directly here. URL images / logo .jpg. So once we have our footer, I will go. So the footer, you don't put it on any page, you put it where the header is, alongside the header. So you have header, main, then footer. So we can go and see what it looks like now. That is our footer, and it looks awesome. It looks awesome. So because we reduce our for me, I think it looks awesome. It looks fine. At least for now, it can work. I think that you'll be able to improve it on your own. I just wanted to show you that how you can create like a landing page. The other thing the last thing I want us to do on this landing page is like you see when you scroll like this, because when there's a background under the header, everything looks fine, the text is white, but when you scroll like this, it gets lost. So we need some JavaScript to be able to change the background. And when we start scrolling like this, it changes to something different that is more visible for us. So the way we do that is I have a snippet for that. And I just go to my snippets and say change header background on scroll. I'll just copy this code. So instead of putting in something called change background, whatever, I'll just put it here in JS, and then I'll name it by the name of the app. So my app is Omido. So I'll put this here plus any other custom JS that I would like to write for my app. Once I've done that, I can come here and add Omido.js. So when we go back to our application, we realize that the color now changes to something, as we can see here. So since the thing is white, maybe I don't know what you think about changing the color to. So we have BG transparent. We can do BG primary. I don't know what that would look like. Yeah, so it changes to primary color, and then you can do this. Yeah, so okay, BG primary, remove BG primary, so it needs to be removed. So let me just scroll. Yeah, so it's removed. So it's added when we are scrolling downwards, and then when we scroll upwards, it's removed. So you can see it's transparent. Then the color is added when we start scrolling downwards. All right, so how cool is that? Very, very cool. Very cool, I'm guessing. So now we are okay. So you can change the color as long as you, so all the colors that you add here. In fact, I can just remove this extra one. I think BG transparent. Vite does not recognize the CSS that we use inside this JavaScript file. So you have to literally make sure that they are available by writing, specifying that you'd like them to be spared. So the way you do that is you come to Tailwind config, and then you add something, another group here called safe list, and then you specify an array, and then inside there you put all the classes that you'd like to be available in your app. So you can add as many as you want. So you just add a comma here, and then you put many more Tailwind classes. For example, if you add any other Tailwind class here that is not used anywhere in the app, it might not be available when you move to production, when you do the final production build. So you just make sure that it's added here to the safe list. Okay, sounds awesome. Okay, sounds good. Now that we have everything working fine. Up is user management. So user management is a critical part of our app to make sure that we are able to do things like role-based access control, where we restrict our access to, maybe, let's say, the normal users cannot be able to go to the dashboard to edit things, and vice versa. So we will do just a simple thing where we add a flag to the database, where for each user we specify whether they are an admin or not, and if they are not an admin, they are not allowed to go to specific pages. When they are an admin, they are allowed to go to those particular pages. Okay. So having said that, let us start, of course, with everything. Every resource in Laravel, you start by making sure that you have a migration, database migration. First thing, you make sure you have database tables, and that we do in the migrations. So if you are completely green with migrations, you can take some time uh, later on and read about migrations. So migrations are here. Everything you need to learn about migrations is here. So this is how you generate a migration. This is how you do schema dump. Migration structure is explained here. But the thing that I wanted, if you want to run a migration, you run it like this. We already used that. So a lot of things here. If you want to drop all tables and then recreate them, you do migrate fresh and everything. So you'll find those commands there. Make sure that you read that, and you'll be able to catch them with time. So make sure wherever you're using your app, you just want to read those each time to make sure that you know which specific one you want to use. Until that time when you'll be comfortable, you'll settle on a few options that you'd like to use for every app. That would be very convenient for you. So the thing that I wanted us to look at are the column types. So the column types, they correspond to column types in SQL. So when you call these are just a bunch of methods that you call, and then they will create corresponding column types in your database. So Laravel uses something called object relational mapping to interact with the database. So this is where you use object-oriented methodologies to interact with the database, instead of having to write SQL queries directly. So ORM is how you interact with the database in Laravel. For starters, you realize that you rarely ever need to write any SQL code in order to interact with the database. Everything will be doing that using Eloquent or RM. So the documentation is here, as you are going to see. But for now, you can be able to read this and see whichever column types are appropriate for you to use. But for me now, I'll just go to my documentation here and find that we have a name. So the name is already here. This was created by Breeze. So the next thing is the username. So we need a unique human-friendly identifier. Let's say if you want to load the blog posts that have been written by a specific user, you don't want to write their ID in the browser. You don't want to expose their user ID, database user ID in the browser. You want to use a specific unique name, human friendly and URL friendly name that can be, for example, if the post that I write on the system and you'd like to access them, you can go to /my name instead of /1 or /2. So that's what we use a username for. So I'll just add a username here, and we just want to make sure that each username is unique, so that we don't have two different people with the same username on the system. And then bio is just a detailed description for the users. So I'll just do a bio should be text because it's a bit long, and then I'll do bio, That will be nullable. So it can nullable just means that there is no flag for not null. So it can be empty when you're adding resources to the database. Okay. So having noted that, let's proceed to the next admin status. So admin status is whether is admin. So is admin true or false? So that will be Boolean, and then I say is admin. And then featured image. So for images, I'm going to show you in a second, but for images, you're going to use a third-party library that we will use to handle images, because handling images can be pretty complex, and you want a very convenient way to be able to handle images. You don't want to spend a lot of time doing unnecessary things like handling images on your own. You want to spend a lot of time on building building and scaling your application, right? So having said that, I think this should suffice. Let's now go to the next step. So the next step is to make sure that at least when we are starting our app, we don't need to sign up and then go somewhere and update ourselves to admin so that we can be able to access the app. We want to have already some user information that we can use to log in, and then we can be able to maybe add other users and stuff like that. So the way we do that is we create a seeder. So make seeder, and then I'll specify the seed name. So user seeder. So I'll run that, and then it will create a seeder here. So inside this seeder, this is inside the run method. That's where we define the logic for inserting data into the database. So I'll just do something like users. I'll store users, a number of users in an array. So that's the main array, and then so this represents one specific user. So I'll just say the name. The name is Rai Omido, and like we said, the next one is the username, and the username should be URL friendly. So I'll do Rai Omido, and then email. I'll say yadasportge@gmail.com, and then we do a password. That will be yada. And then as you would have noticed, there's an email verified at field here. So that just means that the user has verified their email, and it's usually denoted by a timestamp. So we'll just put now. So now it generates a timestamp. The other one is admin. We can say true here. Okay, and then the bio. We can say Rai is a very talented software engineer based in Nairobi, Kenya. Fine. So we have our user information. The next thing is just to insert it into the database. So the way we do that is PHP. Oh, sorry, getting confused here. So we iterate over each item, and then we insert that item. So we use the user model, and then we use the create method to be able to create that user in the database. So you make sure that you because my IDE auto inserts these classes. So make sure that you insert that, you import the class before you use it like this. That should suffice, and yeah, we should be able to create users. So it will iterate each time and create the users in the database when we call this seeder. So the way you the way you run seeders in Laravel, you do PHP artisan db seed. That is also available here in the it's available in the documentation. So this is how you make a seeder, and then there's a bunch of other things, and then you can db seed here. So db seed, we are seeding the database, but as you can see, normally when a seeder runs successfully, you should be able to see it listed here, but nothing has run because there is an extra step that we need. You always need to call your seeders inside the main database seeder class. So make sure after you create a seeder, you go and add it here to this list. So it's just an array. So I'd say user seeder then class. All right. So if I add more, I just have them like that. Yeah, in this file. So that should suffice. Let me just okay. So I'll go ahead and try to see it again. As you can see, there's an error. So it was running, but there was an error. Duplicate entry Riomedo for key users. User. So do we have? Oh, okay. It's saying duplicate entry because I had already my database already existing. So I created it while I was preparing this course. So if you normally the way I deal with something like that, I just do migrate fresh seed. So what we'll do, this will do it will drop all the tables, create them afresh, and then seed for me. Good. So this is done successfully. And if I go, so I have a way of accessing my PHP, my admin. So if you don't have that, don't worry, you don't need to. So I go to my users database and I can see all the information that I just created. And as you can see, the password is stored here, but it's not yada anymore. It's it's hashed. So Laravel supports that password hashing natively. So it comes out of the box. Yeah. So at least we have added a user in our database, and we can be able to log into the system now. If we go to login, okay, we haven't added the links for logging in. We can just add those very quickly in our app. We'll go to now we look for where the navigation is, and the navigation is inside the header component. So we look for the header component, and then for the login page, we just say route login. For the register page, you say route register. So the way you know the route names is you have to check here. You have to check auth. So you can see the name here is register for the register page, and then login for the login page. Okay, so that's fine. Having done that, I think we can. I don't know if we already refreshed our page. Now, if we click here, it will take us to the login page, and I can click on login, and then yeah, you can see here. I'm in the dashboard, and then I can view my profile, update my name, my email, password. So all this dashboard functionality comes with Laravel. Yeah, so I can be able to log out, then log in again. So good, our app is working excellently. So the next step, after logging in like this, we go to the next resource, or let me just show you how to handle images before we proceed, so that we can at least have profile pictures, people uploading their profile pictures. So for images, I like to use a library called Laravel Medium Library. media library. Let me just go the long way so that you can follow along, and then you'll see introduction, Laravel media library. So it's by Spati, so spati.be, and so when you land here, the first step is to go to the base installation. So the base installation is where you find the script for installing this package in your code. So I'll just go ahead and run that. And we are done. Now, once we are done installing the package, I will go to preparing the database. So you just want to make sure that you have that migration ready. So you publish it. So publishing means it just copies from the package to our app, so that if we go to database migrations, we can see create media table here, and then you can see we have all those options. We'll never need to update this or modify in any way, so just you can leave it at that. And then the next step is to PHP artisan migrate. PHP artisan migrate. Okay. So once you migrate, you can see migrate always runs the latest migrations that have not been run previously, and you might be wondering how it keeps track of that. It keeps track of that in the migrations table here in the database. So Laravel creates this, and then as you can see, it keeps track of all the migrations here. So yeah, it keeps track of that. So that is how it works. So now we go back to Laravel Media Library. So if you want to publish the config file so that you can be able to change things like maximum file size, media model, and many other things, you can be able to run the publish the config file. So you'd have that file, the media config file, it will be copied to this directory, and then you will find a Laravel media library file here, then you'll be able to edit it. But for now, that should suffice. The other thing is preparing your model. So we just want to make sure that our model is ready to be used by Laravel, and the way we do that is our model is ready to interact with Laravel Media Library and be able to store our files. So there's a bit of object-oriented programming here for if you're not familiar with that in PHP. So what they are saying here is we have to implement a trade. What do you call this? An interface called has media. So an interface is just a special class that defines the structure of the class, that all the classes that implement it. And then so structure means it just defines the functions without the functionality, and then it forces you now to implement the functionality that has been defined there. So once you do that, you define that functionality, then there's uniformity across all the modules that have that similar functionality. So without further ado, let me just go ahead and do that. So we are adding that support in our user model. Sorry. So the first thing we do is implement. We say has media. So like I said, my editor always imports this automatically. So if you don't have that, make sure that you import it. And then you can see there's an error here. It's complaining that we have not implemented the methods. So if you can see, what I was saying is that there's just definitions for those methods, but there's no implementation. So it defines what we need to implement, but it doesn't implement it. Yeah? So what we need to do here, so luckily for us, for this has media, we don't have to implement those methods ourselves. Spati has done it, so we just add it here. So interacts with media, because that is what has been specified here, as you can see. use interacts with media. So if you have, so this is how you import traits. So a trait is just a special type of class whose functionality you can be able to inherit without extending it. Okay, so you just use here. So all our methods, the methods that we saw in that interface have been implemented here, and they've been made available to this class through by importing the trait. Now the trait, you can have several traits, separating them with commas. You can also have separate interfaces. So if you had another interface here, you just put a comma and then you add that other interface here, and it works just fine. Yeah. So that's the cool thing about OOP in PHP. Awesome. So once we have that, the next thing, we need to add some media conversions, because you can imagine, like, if a user were to to upload an image that is like 2 MB, and then you have to display that on the website. It will make the website very, very heavy. So the way we do that is we just implement media conversions, so that it can, those media conversions will be able to trim down those images to smaller sizes. So I like to use some size. So I'll import the media model. So you can see it's from Sparty Media Library Media Collections Models, and you can see it has been imported here by my editor. So make sure that you have that line, and then you also have manipulations. So manipulations also is from Sparty Media Library Conversions, then manipulations. So you're wondering where that is from, it's here. So great. So we will call this thumb as x. So extra small thumbnail will be 300 by this. So I have some definitions that I would like to use here. So 300 by 157. This I used the dimensions for Facebook posts, so you can use whichever other one you want. So I have this one. Then just give me a second. So we will just do width. We just specify the width, that's 300, and then the height, we won't worry about cropping it, 157. We don't want the images to be cropped. Just squeeze to that as much as possible. This should be fine. This should suffice. And then we can create another one. We call it small size. So we'll just do 600 by double this. That will be 314. And then we do one last one. We call it medium size. Medium MD. So that would be, we just double this, 1200 by 628 by 628. Okay, good. So that's all right. So we have our media conversions. So the other thing is we need to now be able to retrieve the image. After we upload it, we need to be able to retrieve it. So we have functionality for cropping the image into smaller sizes. Now we need the functionality to be able to retrieve it. So that is also available in the documentation. So retrieving media files. Retrieving media files, that will be, I want to use this. So I want us to do something unique here. I want us to make sure that we whenever we have a media URL, we can be able to display that media URL. But when we don't have one, we need to display something. So we always have a photo, whether it's the user uploaded a photo or not. So when they don't upload, we use a default photo. When they upload, then we use whatever they have uploaded. But before we go there, there's something important that I want us to know. In Laravel, usually we have database attributes. So for example, if I have a user model instance, I can be able to access name, email. So these are things that we added to the database, bio, etc. So there's a way you can also add extra attributes that are not coming from the database, and you can also use that specific functionality to be able to modify data when it's coming out of the database. For example, you can pick the name and then you modify it before it is passed on to the client. For example, you can split it into a last name and a first name if you're just having users providing one name. Yeah. So for this, I would like us to create that functionality for the image, so that we, instead of recalling a function inside our views, we want to be able to just see, like, we want the thumbnail, XS link, okay, something like that. So this will give us the link to their image, just like that, as if it was coming from the database, yet it was being built by some code. So the way you do that is you use things called accessors. So Laravel has something called accessors and mutators. So accessors and mutators. So accessors, they transform an eloquent attribute value when it is accessed. So after you have gotten an attribute from the database, you transform it before it's passed on. However, a mutator is used to transform an attribute before it is inserted to the database. For example, if you want to hash something before you put it in the database, so to hash some user input, you use an accessor. Or if you want to clean up some user input before you put it in the database, you also use mutators. So take note of that. So for us, we want an accessor to create an accessor for the images. Let's proceed and create the accessor here. So we want to import the attribute. So the attribute that we're using is from casts. So casts, it has been imported here. So make sure you have that line. And then, so the first thing I'm going to do is to make sure that I get the URL. So if the user has uploaded something, so we'll say if URL is equal to this. So this is the instance of the current class. So we would say, for example, so let's have a default image that we need to return when nothing has been done. So for that, we'll just use, right now we'll use images. Then you saw I added some image previously here. It's called the user avatar.png. Yeah. So we can, if the URL is found, and so we will call that collection image, and then we'll call the conversion name is here, the conversion name. So what that means is collection name is just grouping specific images. So for example, you could have image for the profile picture, and then you could have birth certificates. So you want to specify the different collections, so that you don't get the first media where we have like if let's say they uploaded the profile picture and then they uploaded the birth certificate, you don't want to return the birth certificate just because it was the latest thing that they uploaded. You want to make sure that you get the image, the image that they uploaded, the latest image that they uploaded. So that is the reason why I have this. And then conversion name just makes sure that we specify the correct conversion name from all these three. So we have access to these three. You can add more, you can name them differently, but make sure that you reference the correct one here. And then as you can see, we want, this is first name here, but we want it to we want it to be thumb XS link. So the way we do that, we just do thumb, we use camel case, XS, then link. So this will make something like this available to the front end when we return that. So let's just update that and say email is equals to URL. And then now instead of all these gibberish, let's just do return the return the image. Okay, this is awesome. So it's working fine. It's working fine. So we should be able to do something like this. If you want us to test this out, I will just go to the dashboard here where we say you are logged in. So I'll go to the app, and where it says you are logged in, I want to add an image there. So I would just say img. So if you want to get the instance of the currently logged in user, you just use auth, the auth facade user, and then you say as mlink. I want to copy that. And do like here, the name. So we have that. And then we can add a small paragraph here with the name. As you can see, we have the name here, we have the picture here. So if the user were to upload a profile picture, we will be able to have that here instead of this default image. So we have already added support for an image to our user model, and that is awesome. Okay, that is awesome. So good things. So we'll leave it. We'll leave this one at that. At least we have this, and we can do the same thing for this particular thumbnail, and then also this. So what we will be changing is just this conversion name. Okay, fine. The other thing, I think having done that, we can move to the next resource, which is technology. So again, the first step is to create a database table. Once we create a database table, we create the user seed, maybe the controller and the model and everything. So the database tables, we create those through migration. So I want to go to the documentation and we see how we can create this. So I want us to see how we can create models, because at least we know how to create we know how we can be able to create migrations. So I would like us, you can see there's a number of different ways we can be able to create models. So I would prefer this one here, and then we will add. So if you want it, if you want it to generate an extra thing, you just add the flag like that, flag like that, flag like that. So You can even generate a controller, a resource, whatever requests, and everything. So there's a lot of options according to how you want them to be. So for me, I will just do, I want a model, and the model is called, because we are working on technologies, so remember the model name is always singular, the controller name singular, the migration, sorry, the migration is always um, the migration is always plural. Okay, so let's let Laravel generate this for us so that we can see what the best practice is. Is it cedar or seed? Or it's seed. Okay, so awesome. So if we go and check our database folder, we can see technology cedar has been created, and then create technology stable has also been created. So this is our where we define our database columns. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need a slug. So slug for this for the technologies performs a similar role to the username in the other place. So let's just go ahead and do that. So so we need a string. We call it title. Then we need another string. We call it the slug. And we want each slug to be unique. And then we need another column for the description. So the description will be text. And doesn't need to be unique, but we need it to be nullable so that in case we don't have it, it's fine. Then we have a boolean whether this is published or not. Then an image. So an image will do it the same way we did it for the user table. Okay, fine. So awesome. Having said that, let us proceed to the next step. So the next step is just to do PHP artisan and create. So you can see the technology table is the one that has been created latest, and it has been created there. So we just want to add a bunch of technologies here. Technologies. So we do title, PHP, slug, PHP, description, I use PHP based frameworks like Laravel and CodeIgniter to build world-class applications. So that is for the description. Then published, that will be true because it's a boolean. Is there anything else we're forgetting? So we should be good. So just like, so I'll do several technologies here. So this is Ruby, Ruby-based frameworks like Ruby on Rails and Sinatra. Then the next one is elixir, Phoenix, JavaScript, React.js, Vue.js, Svelte. So we have those 4 technologies. You can add CSS, Tailwind, the last one, APIs, API architectures like REST and GraphQL. Awesome. So after doing that, as usual, as you remember the drill, we do technologies as technology. The technology, now the model, make sure that it's imported here like this, and create technology, right? So once you do that, you go to the database seeder. The next seeder that you're doing is technology seeder. After doing that, you can say PHP artisan migrate fresh seed, and we have technologies in our database. So if you want to know, if let's say you want to display those technologies, okay, before we go there, let's also do the same thing. Let's just add this media conversions. Let's just add those media conversions, and then implements as media and with media. So there's something we're going to do, but don't worry. For the default here, we'll have default JPG. Fine. So that's okay. That's okay. So we will try to display this instead of iterating over dummy data like we did. Let's try to do this. So before we do that, okay, I will have to go to the home controller, and we need to retrieve. So you can be able to pass data here. So we need to retrieve like technologies. The way you do this is use the technology model, and then you say where published. We only want to display technologies that have been published, and then we say latest. We want the latest, and then we say get. Okay, so this is the work of Eloquent ORM. And if we go here, we do eloquent eloquent, what was that? Eloquent. Let me just look for it from here. Eloquent ORM, getting started. So you can see here, after we create our everything, so we want to retrieve data. We want to retrieve data. Make sure you read this part because it's very important. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, you can be able to chain these methods like this and specify whatever you want. So where active, order by, take, then get. So for us, what we will do is we just get all of them, all of the latest ones, or maybe all of them, but we are ordering them by latest. So how you know those methods is you have to just read this documentation here. You'll be able to get access to very many different methods that you can use. I think they are listed somewhere down here. The rest of them are they there? They're not here, but you can be able to, like, I think they're on the page for collections. Uh, the basics. I think it was moved to somewhere else. But I think with Eloquent RM, yeah, it's here. Collections are here. So these records are loaded as collections, and then you can use those different methods to be able to iterate over them, or to be able to modify that data before you display it. So very important to read this so that you can know how to work on your data. All right, so having done that, so for technologies, we can now go ahead and say, for example, now let's go to the view. Now that we've passed this, once you pass this data like this, it will be available as a variable to the view. So I'll go to my index view. No, I'll have to go to the technologies. Okay, so I'll have to pass it first. So technologies, I have to pass it first to. So this is how you do it. So if you want to pass data that is PHP, you make sure you add a semicolon here, and then you create an attribute with the name that you want to be used to be the name with which you want to access the data on the other side. So once I do this, the technologies, because from the controller you can see it was passed to index. So in order for me to be able to use it inside technologies, I have also to pass it from index here into the technology. So once I pass like that, it will be available here. So instead of doing it this way, I'll do something like technologies as technology. So instead of now it's an object. I'll access the title instead of just typing the thing the way it was there. So if I go back to my app, then go home, you can see now we have PHP, Ruby, Elixir, JavaScript, CSS, and API. So if we create another one in the database and we make it available, we will be able to have it accessible fine. We'll be able to have it. So we make it published. Sorry, it will be available here. So it will be like the latest one here. Okay. But if there's any other way we would like to order them, you can always change them. So for example, if I was to remove, I don't know if it will have an effect for now. So instead of ordering them like that with the latest, order them this other, because they enter into the database at the same time, so it won't have an effect. But I always like to do it this way, adding this method latest, because it orders them by the date on which they were added to the database. Okay, fine. So that's fine. So now that we have this, I want to introduce another thing here that is very important. I want to introduce some other concept. So as you can imagine, if we have like 20 models and we have to keep on doing this, like when we want to convert media, we do it like this all the time. It's going to make it really hard for us to be able to work with our media. So the way I want us to do this is there will be a lot of code repetition, I mean. So the way I want us to do this is I want us to move this code into an independent class. And then we will add all that functionality to that class, and then we will just extend it. So we'll make sure that instead of extending a model, we'll extend that class, and then that class will extend the model. Okay, let's just do that very quickly. So what I will do is I will also add the functionality for SM. So SM, then for medium, MD, MD. So everything should be fine. Everything should be fine. Of course, if you find another efficient way of working with this, okay, so fine. So now I also want to do something else. Instead of specifying the collection name here, I want us to specify somewhere in a central place so that we can be able to change it. Let's say we want to name it something different, we can be able to do that. Okay, so let's just now when you're working with Laravel, you can add your own custom classes in here, and they will be available for the entire application. You can be able to use them. So I will create another folder here. I'll just call it MISC for miscellaneous. And then inside there, I will create another directory. I'll just call it decorators from decorator pattern. It's not exactly the decorator pattern I'm using here, but I just want to, I think that's a cute name for us to use. So I'll just say, for example, I'll name my class base image. Okay, so this base image, it will extend model, and then it will implement. Let me just grab that from technology here. Um, okay, let me just do this. move over that code to this class. After doing that, I want to add a protected property here called collection name, so that we can be able to modify it by using it from the superclass or the class that extends our. So we'll just use that here. Collection name. So this collection name, this collection name, this collection name. Okay. So instead of writing a lot of code, okay, let me just leave it at that. Let me not bring confusion. So we'll call this image. So this allows us whenever we use this, we extend this class somewhere else, we can be able to override that functionality. Okay, so that is awesome. That is awesome. So instead of now doing all that in here, we can remove this. We can also remove this. And we can remove all the media conversion madness here, so that we just do extends base image. Okay, and then we remove everything that is not required here. So you can imagine how much that has reduced our class into a very simple thing. That means that for subsequent classes, we will just inherit this functionality instead of having to repeat it all over the place. Eh? See, that looks awesome. Okay, that looks awesome, 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 awesome. Let's just refresh our app to make sure everything is still working fine, that we haven't introduced any weird errors. That is awesome. Now there's another functionality in Laravel. Laravel has something called what we call this. Okay, we call it appends. When the model is loaded, we want it to be loaded automatically. So we just add these attributes here in our base collection. So we want XL XS link. We also want SM link, and lastly MD link. So this refers to these methods here. Of course, in now, instead of having them like this, we reference them in snake's form. Yeah. All right. So the only way to know if our code is fine is to try and reload to see if any effects have been done, which means we are still okay. So having done that now, I think we are like 110% done. So let us go to the next one, the next feature. The next feature is project showcase, and we just repeat the same process. Make model. Now it's project migration seed, and then so project is a little different, as we are going to see, but we have here. So I would like this to move closer. So we have a string here. Of course, we start with the title, and then so I think for the database we are good. We can proceed to migrate. We artisan migrate just to make sure that everything is fine, and you can see the project table has been migrated. Now the next thing is to go to the seeder, project seeder, and define some projects inside here. So we say to my portfolio website. The slug would be my portfolio website. The excerpt will be this is website I use to showcase my software engineering prowess to potential clients and employees. Alrighty. Now the description is a bit long, so let's see. I'll do something here. I want to generate it here, so I'll do p lorem 50. So these are 50 words like that. So in our code, we will be using a rich text editor to do this, so you don't need to worry about that. So we have this, and then we add another project, at least 3. And e-commerce website. E-commerce website. I created an e-commerce website for Nairobi based tycoon. How do you write tycoon? Tycoon. Okay. Fine, so that's fine. And then the third one, we maybe created a real estate thing. Real estate website. I usually like to name it something that is not similar to the business name, because it affects SEO. And sometimes I used to find my clients, customers coming to my website for queries because Google redirected them to the website because I used their website name in my website. So that's why I like to to use some random name and then just describe the project and be able to link to the project if someone wants to go and see it. So so I created a real estate website for an Accra-based real estate mogul. So I think that should suffice, and then we do for each projects as project. We can be able to do that would be project. That's the model. Make sure it's imported out at the top. Project create project. That should suffice. That's good enough. And then we go to our database Cedar, and then we do project Cedar like that, and then we say PHP artisan migrate fresh seed, and then we have projects there. So if I go again after doing that, if I go to home controller, I can also do the same thing for just put a comma here, and then I say project, make sure the project model is updated here, latest get, then for projects I'll do also projects. So if you're wondering how this is working, just go and read about blade templates. But basically I'm just passing the variable that we requested, I'm passing it to the component so that I can be able to use it inside the component. So I look for projects component, and instead of having this, I'll have projects as project. And then instead of having some title here, some description, just do the excerpt here, project excerpt. Is there anything else here? There was the title, okay. Project title. Let's see what it's looking like. So they're not showing. Oh, I know the problem. I know where the problem is. I don't think there's a bunch of things we left out, like I think I rushed. Published through link dashboard.com https dashboard.com github link github.com/middle/snippets. I'll just move this down a few steps. So I'll try that again. Then I'll come here and try to reload. Now we have those three. You can see we have everything looking fantastic. Okay. The reason why we had this lag. So if let's say let me just create something here very quickly. PHP artisan make controller. But for now, let's do project controller. Okay. I mean project. It doesn't really matter, but let me just follow best practice. Let me remove this one. And then I'll just copy this so that I don't have to redo it. So instead of doing this, I'll just use the project, and then so I'll keep the view inside the project dot site dot projects dot index, and then we will have another method for displaying a single project. So I'll just call this show, and then we'll have project, and then we will pass on that project to our view, and then this will be show. So don't worry if you're not catching this. I'm going to show you in a second. Just make sure that you import project here. And so this code here, the index page displays all projects on that particular page. Yeah. So you might find that maybe or on our homepage we display like 6 or 8 projects, but then on the projects page now, that's when we display all of the rest of the projects. Yeah. And then show is for displaying a single project. So when somebody clicks on a single project, they can be able to view it. All right. So on how to use the slug, because it will make a huge difference in future when you're creating your own things. I usually use it in all my projects. I like to slugify things or use IUID, but let's just go ahead and see how that works. So what we need to do in order to change. So by default, Laravel uses IDs. Let me just go ahead and try to display a single thing so that we see how this works. I'll just go to my to first of all here, then I go to new, and then what do you call this, projects. I'll just create project slash index dot lead the PHP. So the same way I'll also create a show, and then I want this to also so I want to start with the show page. I want to start with the show page. So I just remove everything here. I'll also copy it over to the index page. So we go to the routes now, and I want to create a new route for the project. So I'll just say projects, and then in Laravel, how would we do it? I think it's project like this. Let's say project controller. Import qualifier at show. Then I'll just say projects.show. Okay. So what this means is when we this will be able to append, like if it's an ID or a slug, and then it will point to the project controller class on the show method, and then we will call it project.show. So if I go to like the site index page, or maybe the project's thing here. Now I have this. So let's say, for example, I wanted that if somebody clicks here, they'd be able to be taken to the project. Where I'll just do a href, and then I do the route projects.show. Okay, so but if you have anything in the this is a route parameter that is required, you must pass it. You must pass it as a second option, a second parameter to this helper function. So I'll just pass the project like that. Okay, so I'll do block here. So if somebody clicks on this, they should be able to be taken to a single project page. Okay, so let's see how that works. There you go. So you can see they have been taken to the single projects page, but it's project/1. But I don't want it to be that way. I want it to be projects/website for so and so. So I don't want it to use ID by default. I want it to use the slug by default. So how do you do that? You do that by modifying the model a bit. So for example, I'll go to project, and then I'll say project. First of all, let me this was the base image. We extend base image because we want image, but let me leave that for now because there's something important I wanted us to do together, because a project has many images. It doesn't necessarily have one single image. Okay, but I want us to go to the Laravel documentation and find out how we can do this. Where is my browser? So I'll just search for route key. So if you'd like to customize the value that is placed in the route parameter, you can specify the column route parameter definition, or you can override the get route key method in your eloquent model. So I will use this and use that here. So I'll use slug. So let's try and see if it has made any difference. And use this one here. Let's see. You can see. So instead of, if you check the browser, you see, instead of using the ID, it's now using the slug. Okay, so that's the first step. But you can see that there's another problem here, because it's not locating. Now that we are using this, it's trying to use this on the table ID, but there is no ID my portfolio website. So there's another thing that we need to update. What if we change the root key name? There's another way of doing this. We do, let's see if it makes any difference. Yeah, good. That one is working. So instead of doing the route key, we say route key name, and then we just return slug. So that is the first step. Okay, now you can imagine a situation where a user is typing in is filling the form to save a project. You don't want to force them to create the slug manually. Okay, so we will do a few things. Like, first of all, we take the title, we modify it to be URL friendly, and then we check the database if that title, that slug is already available. If not, we assign it and then we save. Okay, so for a small application that will be sufficient. For bigger applications, you can find a better solution. All right, so let me just do this. So the way you do mutators in Laravel, let's just check that. Mutators. So we just do it the same way we were working with the accessor. The only difference is instead of doing get, we do set. So I'll just look for my code in my decorator where we were doing this. And I will remove everything else. I'll do set. Like that. So this is slag. Let me just write here private function. And then I'll call it make slag. Then you pass in the input. And then once you pass in the input, so the first thing you want to do is, so there are a couple of helper methods like we saw. So there's a specific helper method that is used to convert a title into a slag. So we'll just say new slag is equal to str. So str for string, and then we say slag input. So we can use a do while. So we say exists exist. So we want to check if there's another project that exists. So project where slag is slag exists. So if that exists, we do this again. So meaning we'll have while here. So this will always run as long as this is true. So we want to find a way. So if it exists, it's going to run again. So we just want to make sure that we update the slag. So we will do slag like that, but then we will add some random characters to it. Rand, so between 10 and 10,000. So here we return slag. So after we do that, so first of all we generate a slag, and then we check the database to make sure that the slag doesn't exist. If it does, we create another one, and then we try again until we get one that doesn't exist, and then we return that particular one. Okay, so I'd say make slag, then input. I don't know if this should suffice. will do title, and then instead of doing this, I will assign the title. So if our code is working, it should be able to convert that title into a slug, this one into a slug. If it is not working, it will just save this whole thing as a slug, and then we'll know that our code is not working. So let's do that also for this, and then also for this. So what I'm doing is I'm just defining, assigning that I'm assigning it to this key. At the same time, I'm assigning it to this variable, and then I'm using that variable in the next line. Yeah. So you can be able to do that so that I don't have to type it twice here. Although, yeah, however you want to do it, but this is just an example, just to show us what we can be able to do with our code. Yeah. So let me refresh and seed. We go and reload our website, and then we see. So it's generating even when we don't have a similar thing existing in the DB. So let's just make sure that we fix that. So let me try this, and also we need to check to make sure that the ID is not this. We are not checking against the current record, where ID is not equal to the current ID. So when the record is the current record, it doesn't generate a new one. It only generates a new one when another record doesn't exist. So what I will do here is I say if exists, then we will do this. But we will leave it as that for now because it works. If we want to know that that indeed it works, let us try to use another ID, another record with the same slug. Real estate website number 2, but instead of doing this way, we want to give it the same slug as the one at the top. Yeah. So the same slug as the one at the top. So if we run this, if we run that, where did my browser go? Oh, okay, we are here. Okay, so there's real estate website number 2. So you can see the first one is just my okay, it's real estate 1, real estate, but the second one is real estate website. So this is real estate website, but with some numbers at it. So it just checks that if we have another record with the same with a similar slug, we update the slug so that we don't have conflicting slugs in the database. So that way we can have 2 different things with the same name. We auto generate the slug, but there's no conflict and there's no errors in our database. Okay, so that is fine. So our thing works terrifically. Okay, so here we have in the project model, let's say we are creating we want the same functionality in the technology model. We also need to do that. So we don't want to be copying over this code all over the place. So the way we do that is we create a trait. So the first thing I will teach you some basic object-oriented programming. So we'll create a new folder. We'll call it contracts. So contracts are going to be like interfaces. So we create a new interface called has slag. And then here, instead of our class, we have an interface. We'll save it like that. So interface has slag. So we define some public functions. It defines some public functions. So the first one is get route key name, to make sure that each and then it returns a string. Make sure that each model that has a slag implements the get route key function, and then it also has the slag method which returns is it a string, something like that, yeah. And then this is now just an interface. So we will create another new folder called concerns, and then inside concerns we will put a new trait. So we'll call it interacts with slag, and then we call it a trait, and then we save it. So this here we will grab all this and we'll put it in here, but we will change this to mixed. So mixed, okay. Okay, string is fine. String is fine. Slag should be attribute. Okay. So it just means that what we are returning here, what has been defined as what we are returning, the return type is what we put here. So that means if we go back to our model, so instead of putting all that functionality, we just say implements has slag, okay? And then here we say it interacts with slag, okay? And then it's complaining here, saying interact slag must be compatible. So they're saying something is not compatible here. So I will just do public. Let's see. It has worked. So fine. So our traits are working fine. So the problem here, you see, this is referring to project, but what if we are using this in like technologies, because this is referring to projects? So that is something that we need to solve. Yeah. So we have something called so the solid principles. So the solid principle, there's one called the Liskov substitution principle, which means that, for example, if the model class this project a class extends model, and this one also extend model. This means that both things, both classes can be referred to as models. Okay, so which means instead of using project here, I can as well just do model. And when I do model like that, it should be able to recognize, it should be able to be substitutable. Okay, so this model here, when I inherit this, for example, for project, it should be able to like point to the correct table, which is the projects table. If I use it in technology, it should be able to to point to the correct table, which is technologies table. Okay, so let me just do that very quickly so that we can see how this works. So model eloquent. So I can remove project here. So it's now independent. And since model is substitutable with either project or technology, it will be able to work just fine. Yeah, just fine for each of the models that are able to implement this contract. So that let me try to add that to implements as Slag, and then we do interact with Slack. That should be fine. So let me try to run that again. It works fine. And let me see if we go to the seeders and we try to mess around the same way. Let's say we call APIs. Let's say we call APIs PHP. And we call APIs 2. We call it PHP. And then we try this. So I'll just do PHP artisan tinker, and then we'll say technology. Or tinker is how we can be able to use you can be able to use to interact with Laravel in a command line interface. So let me just try class technology not found. So that will be app models. So we have this. Let me just scroll to the last one. So API. So you can see there's PHP, because there's PHP up there. The second PHP has been modified to make sure that there is no conflict. Okay, which means our code is working perfectly for any model that we are on which we are going to use it. Okay, so that's awesome. That's awesome indeed. That's awesome indeed. So we have been able to solve the issue of slugifying and the issue of media. So here, the other thing I would like to do to inform you is like, okay, for now, we have implemented functionality um, for base image, for one singular image. So what about there's a situation where we want to deal with multiple images? Okay, so we want to deal with multiple images, not a single one. So how we do that is we have to define another class that extends this base image. So I'll just say I'll call it multiple images, and then it's just a class, and then it will have to extend single, oh sorry, it's base image. Okay, But then I will do, this was protected string collection name. So what I just do is I change that. Now with that, after we have done that, for multiple images, for example, for like for example, here we have thumb xs link. So for multiple images, would have something like thumb xs links. Okay, and then so we want also to override this append here, so that we specify this plus many other things. So we'll have this plus many other things. So we have links. What that means is many links, huh? Many links, where we'll have many links. So image URL like that. So we want to get like all the small thumbnails for this one. So what I'll do is we want to create an array. So the first thing we do is, so for this one, we will not be able, if what we have is empty, like if we have not uploaded any images, then we will just return an empty array. So we can say images is equal to this get media. This get media is collection name. This collection name. So we'll get images in the current collection, and then if, in fact, let me just do it in one line. If images is equal to this, we return an empty array. Otherwise, we go through all those images. For each images as image, then we store so images array is an empty array here, and then we do images array, then we do, because we want to be able to track also the image, because there's a lot of images. We want to track the ID, and then we say it's equal to image get full URL, and then we specify the conversion name, that is thumb xs, and then we return images array. Sorry. Okay. my bad. So the return value should be images array. So that's fine. So we just say we don't need to check first. Let me just remove this check. I see how that goes. We'll see if it throws an error, then we'll be able to fix it. That should be fine. It should be fine. So we do that for smaller thumbnails. We do that also for so those are extra small. This is for small. And then lastly, for medium. So when you become more conversant with this, I'm just repeating this code. As you can see, there's a lot of repetition already, and there's a way we can move this code to somewhere and just pass different things. And for example, I could say I could write a private function, say get images conversion images, and then I pass here the conversion name. Okay, this is just to eliminate repetition. And then here I'll just say I will transfer this code here. Then instead of doing here, I'll just specify the conversion name, and then I'll do return this get conversion images, and then I'll say like thumb, this is MD, so that will be so that we have all that functionality just in one place. In case we mess it up, we can be able to update it. We just need to update it once. Okay, so that and then we have that, so it only runs in one place. So let's see what this is complaining about. That should suffice. And I think we can also do the same thing for base image. Instead of having all these things here, we can just move it to a private function called get conversion images attribute, and then we add this. So we will pass something here called conversion name, and then we do that here. So we just do the same thing did here. Instead of writing a lot of logic, just do thumb XS is fine. Thumb SAM, then thumb MD. Okay, so that is fine. Now to test if our code is still working fine, we can just create refresh seed, and it's still working. Is it working? Okay, so fine. So that's fine. We have been able to write some very sophisticated code here. This code, of course, it will be available on GitHub, so you can be able to go through it. But it's better when somebody explains to you so that you can be able to get the gist of it. So now here we can just do multiple images, and just like that we have functionality for adding multiple images, and that's awesome. So project controller here, so we wanted to show a single project. Was it, I don't know if it was working. Yeah, fine. I think we should now go to the blog posts, but I guess you see the gist of everything, of how everything works. I don't want us to spend too much time doing this. Once you've seen that, you can try to create a Tailwind thing here and display a single record like this. But I would like us to now go to the dashboard and just do one thing. I will focus on the project, because project has technologies and project also has many images, so that we can be able to see how that works. So let me work on that right now, just right away. So the first thing that we need to do is to create a controller, and there are very many different ways you can create a controller. So I want to create a CRUD controller that we can use on the database, or sorry, on the dashboard side, to be able to create what do we call this? To be able to create records, to be able to create projects. So I'll just look for resource controllers. So I'll just do resource controller. So we can create it this way. We can also create, so when we are adding to the routes, this is how we do it. Remember, just put that at the back of your mind, you're going to use it. But the one I would like to use is this one where we specify the model. So you'll be able to experiment with each one of those, so that you can be able to know the difference. But for me, I'll use this, so it's project, then project. So one other thing I would like you to note is that you see here we already have a project controller, so we cannot create another project controller. So the good thing about object-oriented programming is you can use two different things, two different one name for two different classes, but you namespace them. So the way you namespace, for example, for me, if I wanted to namespace this, I want this other project controller to be for the dashboard. That's why I'll use this. So if you check here, you'll see that there's been a folder called dashboard, and then inside there we have the project controller. So this is where I'm going to do my CRUD. So as you can see, we have the index will list, will provide a list of all the projects. This one will provide a form for creating a new project, and so on and so forth until we destroy. So we'll go over each one of them as we create them. Okay, so the first thing I need to do here is to get the projects that we need. So I'll do projects equal to, so I'll just get project, and there's something I would like to show you. So there's something called pagination in Laravel. Paginate. For now, let me do 2 per page so that it paginates. You see what happens, and then I'll also do like the latest project, so that the latest are at the top. And instead of doing it this way, I'll just say return view. So I'll return view, and I will put this in dashboard dot projects dot index. Okay, and then I'll pass in the data now. Projects now the next part is to go and create this view. So I will run to my resources views, then I will create a new folder here. I will call it I'll call it dashboard. Then inside dashboard, I also create a new folder. I'll call it project. Then inside here, I will create a new file. So let me just do it this way. I want to create it the same way I created the index 1. But then I just want to remove almost everything here. And then the last part is to go to that I need to work on is to go to the routes. And here, so this is where we need to write all our routes, but I usually like to separate, just like we see we will have conflict with these classes. I usually like to write these classes, these routes in different places. So I'll create another new one for just specifically for the dashboard, and then this is now the one I'll use, and then I'll remove everything, and then I'll just say dashboard routes dash. Okay, that's fine. Dashboard routes. Okay, so now like we saw routes and then resources, and then we list them in here. So we have projects. This will point to project controller, but from the dashboard. So project controller, the one from the dashboard. Project controller, the one from the dashboard class. Okay. So we don't have any project controller here. So I'll point to the one from the dashboard, and then I will remove this long reference here, so that we keep it nice and simple. So we just import the one from the dashboard, and then you reference it here. Okay, fine. And then and then we will also do this. We will remove this, and so okay, let me just redo that. Okay, this, but then we will call this index. It's going to throw an error, of course, but let's show you how we get this fixed. Then we remove that. But then I will go to providers, then route service provider. You'll find here that this is where they define the routes. So I'll just do this and then wrap this in an array and then add extra ones. Okay. We need to have web first. Web. So this will be dashboard, and then so we'll have a prefix just like we have API. So everything slash dashboard will be routed through this one, and then as dashboard dot. Okay. Then I will remove. We have removed all references to dashboard here. So I think our code is gonna throw an error. Dashboard. The route dashboard not defined, so let's look for everything where we have this, and we just rename it. So all these are found in navigation, so I'll just go to navigation. Okay, let me look for that again. Navigation, and just find where we have this, and I'll just replace it. Dashboard, because we named the, remember we said here that everything dashboard will start with dashboard dot, and then we have also changed this name from dashboard to index, so the name for that will be dashboard dot index. Okay, so dashboard dot index, that should work fine. Fine, so it's working fine. So let's try to go to project. So this is what it's looking like, but we can actually, instead of doing this, let's just try and no, I don't like having to do this. Let's just look at how the dashboard link looks like, what the dashboard link looks like, and we can copy that. We can go to dashboard projects, then we change that, and we add the projects, whatever. So we have here we have access to projects and P6. Yeah, so we need to create a table and show all the we need to create a table and display all the projects. So the way we do that is I'll just find some script for a table. So we can write one very quickly. So usually a table will do something like this. Okay. already messing it up. But then we have class. We want it to span the entire width of the screen. I just replaced this with dashboard contain. Fine. That is it. So with Tailwind, there's something called divide. So we want, so this just draws, if you have like several rows, it creates lines, yeah, horizontal lines to separate those rows. So we want that to be present in our app. So we can also define the color that we want to be used, and then we can do now the table head. So for the T head, I think it's just sufficiently that way. We can put some T rows. TR, I don't know what that means, but then TD now is where we put our content. So we'll say like this, we need to have the title, we need to have everything else. So let's just put some classes here before we make so many of them. So we'll say PY maybe 3, then PX PX3. So let's just say the padding is 3. So we want each cell to have a padding of 3, and then the text will always be on the left. So sometimes the tables like to the browser usually sends us the text, and then we want the text to be very small because sometimes the links are very long, and then you want the font to be maybe semi-bold, and then we want text to be primary. We'll just leave it at that. So that looks fine. So inside the T head, usually you call this like TH instead of TD. So title, and then what other thing do we have? Publish, and then date. Okay, I think those 3 should suffice. Now this is where we have body. So the same way we had this, I think we should also have. So this is now for the table rows. This was to separate the T head and the T body, but now we have rows for each of these. So let's just have that. And then inside the T body, the same way we have TR, and then now TD. So here we will have at for each. So this is where we repeat now projects as project. We can have this and for each. So this TR symbolizes a row. So for each row we have class, we can say white space. No wrap. We want everything to be on a single line, and then we want E3 the same way, just basically the same as what we had here. But then the only difference is we don't want font semi-bold, and then we also don't want the text to be left. That should be fine. And then, so projects, let's try doing the title. The title. Then we do published. Then created at, then div for humans. So this is just a way that a data object is formatted in Laravel. There are many different things, but you can read that in the documentation. So I hope this works well for now. Let me just try to refresh and see. Yeah, good. So we have two things. Now I wanted to show you something important here. So after the table, we can now add pagination. So we can say this is projects, then links. So it's going to display pagination links here. So if I click, it will go to the next page, and we'll see the rest. So that's just how you do pagination in Laravel. Fine. So let me just also work on this. I think font fun, and the text primary will improve the look a little bit. Fine. So that looks fine. You see that div for humans. So now we need to create the other views for updating, deleting, and doing everything. So where we do that is here. I just inside here we can add another one for actions. So here we'll do text right, and then we'll also do the same way. So we need to have like a bunch of buttons here. So the first one will be to go to view. So this will go to route name called dashboard dot show. Okay, and then we just pass in the project. So this will be like view. Okay, the class here is btn, but btn is secondary, but then py2 px4, and then text extra small. Let's see, dashboard, that was dot projects dot show. So if you click on this, it will take you to real estate website and stuff like that. The other one is dot edit, and then we just do edit. And the last one is delete. So delete is where there is a little bit of trouble, but we will manage. So what I will do is I'll just create a form here. Form action. So destroy. The other CRUD method is destroy, and then inside here I'll put a button. So method equals to post. So inside here we'll do at method the delete. It was for method spoofing. Where did we have that? All right. So if I do that, if I delete this, it will go, but then it requires the CSR token. Is it CSRF? We just go back, reload that, and try to delete. Yeah, good. So you see it goes to the delete method. So fine, so we can edit, update, delete. So we need to provide the views for the other things. So for this we are done. So the next one is to create. So we just say dot create, and then we don't need to pass anything here. Just the way we have this index, we can create another one called create. So for creating, so create project, and then we remove all this code. Once we do that, we can look at how these forms are being created. We can see we have input and then this. So we'll just copy that and do something form. So instead of password here, input, we will just ID, we'll call it title project title, then title wire. So I'll do here a grid class. I'll just do a grid and gap. I'll say gap 6. Then we'll put this in one. So I want there to be spaces between each of those, like the space between here and here. So the next one is title, the next one should be, is it accept? So this is text input. We have text area. Let me just look for that. Just copy this and call it text area. Text area. Say text area. So I have to log in first. Okay, as you can see, we have a text area. And then we need also to have something like a placeholder. And I will say brief description about project. Brief description about project. And then the other one is description. Detail. So write something there. And then link to online project. Link GitHub link. GitHub link to GitHub repository. This should be link GitHub link. Fine, and then we have technologies. So when we are creating, I think we will also need access to technologies. because we need to select the technologies that we used in our project. So the way we do that is we just do technologies, say get. So that will be technology where published true. Sorry. So for technologies, do for each, add for each technologies as technology at and reach. So we have a div here, div dot flex dot maybe gap 3 like that. So we want for the input, we have input text input, but we want checkboxes. So I'll just do input checkbox and then ID technology dash, and then we do technology slug. We see how that goes. And then name will be technologies like that. So if you put an array here, they are all going to be passed to, they're all going to be passed, will be collected and passed as an array that you can be able to collect from the backend. The other thing is we need to style it a little bit. So I'll just do h4 with 4, a little rounded, or we can just leave it at that. Border, and then text maybe secondary, then focus, something called ring secondary. I just hope this is gonna work. So class, I also want this to be a flexbox, but flex wrap gap 6. Yeah. So instead of called, they are all called GitHub link. So we will just change this to technology title. Oh, sorry. Since we are having this, we just pass it directly. So JavaScript Elixir that, and we can just write this here manually. We can have another div here, and then we just put p dot font medium, and then we do here empty, maybe 2, but we say technologies. Looks okay, looks fine to me. The other one is for images. Let's add this here and do for images type file, file or files, I don't know, project images. So this kind of usually doesn't have a placeholder, and images, and then multiple, so we can just do multiple. Good. Yeah, good, it's working. Fine, so we'll have that, and then when everything is said and done, we need to have a button to submit. So the action will be route dashboard, route dashboard dot projects dot store. So here we are storing, and the method will be post, and then we need to add at CSRF token, and then we need also to do multipart, because we are having we need to add an enc type, because we'll be processing images so that they are loaded along. Looks okay. Now we can finally add a button. BDM primary, save project, then type is submit. Okay, so that looks awesome. Now we can go to project controller here. So once someone clicks on submit, that feedback will come here. So we can be able to like validate that they're sending us the correct information, and so validation requires the request, so we pass in the request and then a validation rules. So let's say title, let's say required, max 191, max width is 191 characters, 10. So I'm just typing these things offhand, but you can find them in the documentation. You can find these things in the documentation. Where is our documentation? You can search for validation. Okay, so there's that. So the one we are trying to do is this, yeah. So there's fine, so that's fine. And then we have the other one is technologies. And so it should be an array. And then required. So this one it should exist inside the technologies table, identified by the field ID. So all that is available in and then lastly we have images. Images, they can be nullable. That should be an array, and then each image should be an image, then max 10 1024. That's 1 MB. I hope that works fine. So it's a lot of things, but I think that should be able to work for now. And then once we validate, we can now proceed to save these things to the database. So we would say project is equal to project create, and then we pass in the data. So the data that we pass in will be request only. Alright, so this is where we specify the data that we need. So title. Okay, I think we also need to do something here. So I'll just do data, because we need also to set the slug data slug data then title. So we will just pick the title and set that at the slug, then the code that we wrote at the backend will be able to take care of checking whether it exists and stuff like that. So it will be data. So here we have the title, excerpt, description, link, GitHub link, and then the other one was published. I haven't forgotten it. I'm just giving myself some breathing space here. I'll be able to add that. I think we have everything that we need from this other side. So once we create that, now can say that if requests it has file images, so we just say images. So okay, it's file images for each images as image project, sorry, add media, image, then to media collection. So we were saving ours to images. So that will make sure that it will grab all the images and add them to the media collection. Okay. So where did I get this code? I got this code from the documentation here. I know it off head, but this is how you do file association, like this, add media whatever to media collection, like that. Okay. So we just do this, add media to media collection, whatever. And then for these other things, what do we call them? For the technologies, what normally happens is just do project technologies sync. So sync request input technologies. This should be able to pick our technologies and save them. But there's one huge thing that we need to do before we proceed. So we need a pivot table, and we to show that we have a relationship between technologies and projects, and then we also need to have that relationship in the project model. So the way we do that is PHP artisan make migration create, so project technology table. So that's how you create a pivot table. Sorry, it's make migration. Once we create the migration, we run to the file and we add a foreign ID here called project ID, another foreign ID called technology ID, and then once we have that, we run to the project model. We do a belongs to association or relationship. So protected function return this belongs to many technology class. Okay, so at least being able to, so make sure you can import this so that we can know that it's a belong to many relationship to technologies. And then, so once we have this and we have that table and we do PHP artisan migrate, then we can be able to have to assign technologies like this. Okay, then we are not done yet. So after that, after we have saved this, we can now return to we can redirect to a route called dashboard.projects.index. Yeah, so if it's successful, we'll be able to return there. If validation fails here, we can, if we get any other error, we'll be able to see it. So let's just try to do some random things. Random project, except requires a lot of words. I'm going to reduce these words to 10, maybe even 5. You know what? I'll leave that. It doesn't work that way for this. Just put anything there. For that one means something different for. Okay, so just grab something. Maybe just grab something. github.com. Then select a bunch of technologies here. I'll just pick an image from here, then try to save this. Or we can just say that if errors any and if so we can just put some div here with bg secondary, then padding x4 py3, then rounded text extra small, text right. Okay, so for each errors all and error at end reach. We just do error. So we lost all that. I'm tired, man. I'll just pick some random thing here. The publish field is required. Images must be an array. Technology 0 is invalid. So at least we've been able to see our errors. You can see that. So we can actually just do IUL or on ordered list here. The just do then ordered list. We can normally in Tailwind you have to style the ordered list, so it's usually list disk list inside list. Okay, I'll do ML6 space Y. So what that means is it has to be a disk. It's not disk, it is decimal. Decimal list decimal, which means numbered. And then ML6 just means that it's for a list, it has some margin to the left, then space Y6, that's too large, maybe space Y3, it means that the space between each list item is 3 units. Okay, so anyway, we saw our errors. We can just repeat them. Can repeat them just so we can be able to we can be able to visualize them again. You can see the publish field is required. The images field must be an array. Technology is invalid. I think that's because when we were doing this iteration, we didn't set the value. So the value would be the technology ID. Which other place were we struggling? We lost it. Okay, let me try to save this again. Let's just save this very quickly. Oh, the published field now. For published, we will use what we call a radio button. Published. Yes, published. No. Also published. Yes. So name is published, and the value is 1. Value is radio. So So we just say rounded full. That should suffice. Value here is published. So since this is just a string, we remove that colon. Node published status. So published no, published the value is 0 now. That should be able to sort our issues. The other thing is maybe we should put the input before. Fine. So now say, all right. The other important thing is we need to have like a default value in case an error happens. So usually when there's been an error, let me just remove required here, so that we can be able to like handle be able to deal with this with validation. So we'll catch the errors at validation instead of doing this, just so I show you some. I show you how this works. So let's see. So the value here, when an error occurs, we are supposed to get, like, there's a helper method. So you reference this, whatever you put here for name, so that you get your old value from the payload that comes back. Otherwise you lose all your changes. So if you want that to be the case, then make sure you always add the value. See, the value is except here the value is description. Here the value is link. GitHub link. So here's where we have a challenge. If old published is equal to 1 with a string, we say checked, and if, okay, if published is equal to 0, that, so for images is okay, we can just re-upload them. For technologies, let me just try something. We can say if is array, we check if the old technologies is an array, and and in array, and we check if. So we start with the needle. So the needle is technology ID. We check if the technology ID is inside the technologies, then this one will be checked. Okay, so I want us to try and mess up some things and leave others so that we see what happens. So let's say we have the title, and then we have this, we have the excerpt, description, then project link, GitHub link, this, then published. Then we do some images, but then I would like us to remove maybe the title. I want us to see what will happen. The title field is required. So as we can see, our published status is okay, whatever, but we lost the description. So we lost the description, we lost the excerpt. So for text boxes, it works differently. So this is, I'll just do value. Maybe I can also do, let me add it here, value, to be an empty thing. Okay. So some project excerpt, some project description, project link, github.com with this and that, published, save. Yeah, now we are having excerpt and description. So let's just put some random title, and then we upload the photo. Okay, so the other problem that we have is mass assignment. So you can see all these fields here. We need to be able to mass assign them. So normally Laravel disables mass assigning by default. So you need to define a fillable attribute here. Then you pass in all the fields that you want to be mass assignable. Mass assigning means instead of, let me just show you what I mean in a second. Technologies, we don't need to mass assign those ones. Images, we don't need that. Published, so only this here. And then we also have the slug that is created. So mass assigning means doing this here. This creating like this means you're mass assigning. You're creating, you're just assigning all those variables at once in a blanket, and then you're trying to save them to the database. So Laravel usually blocks that by default to prevent a situation where somebody can hijack your data and update it So the fields that you don't include here cannot be mass assigned. You'll always get an error when you try to do that. Okay, so let me try that again. Project technologies. Did we have technologies? It should be public. Let me see that. That's fine. So I want to see if it saved our image and technologies. So if let's say for example, okay, let me do this let me just proceed. So we have a show method here. So how we do that is I just grab this. Instead of typing it from scratch, I just do show, then I do project, and then that should be fine. So we need to load the relationship. The relationship that we need to load, in this case we have technologies, because we want to try and display the technologies and see how this is gonna be. And maybe we can try to return this and see what it didn't save our technologies. It also didn't save our image. I just added an empty array here just in case. You need a default value just in case this one comes empty. So project technology sync, this should be able to work. We will just try that again in a minute. So instead of redirecting here, we'll do show, and then we'll do remove project, so that we go to the show page of that project and try to find out what's going on. Let's just go back and create. So you can put somewhere a button where you can click and go to this page, so that you don't have to keep let me just do some technologies here and published. We will do an image. Good. It's fine. So you can see we selected PHP, and then there's somewhere Ruby, and those are the technologies that we selected. Okay, so let's just display this, and then we will be able to figure out other things later. I'll just go to the snippets, and I will do a show page here. Show page. So let me just do show. So here we'll have project title, and then here we won't be having any errors. We can remove the form, we don't need it. We can now copy this. So this image, which is it? Okay, so category, we would put technologies here. So add for each. And then here we can have project created at format. So we have, you can Google PHP date formats. So normally it's like month, then day, then year, something like that. And then you can have the title here. Here we can have the X up, and then the image we can have it here. Thumb MD link, and then normally now the content you do it this way, because if you do this, let me just show you what will happen. Okay, and actually we need to return let me comment that out. So we need to return this. Very nice. So we had something called batch, but it's not working, so that it's still fine. Maybe we can add something here. Href. Okay. Route. That just, it will take us back to .projects.index. Then okay, we just do, how do I do a back thing? Let's do and left arrow like that. Say class font bold, text extra large, then say MT3. So we can be able to click on this and go back here, view this other one, go back 2, 3, view this one. Okay, so I think I've seen something. This was supposed to be the description, and then you see now it doesn't show the HTML. Instead it doesn't decode the markup. So if you wanted to do that, add this so that it's not escaped, it's displayed like this. Prose. So for prose, let me see if we need to import typography, or because it seems like it's not working. Typography. I think we need it. Let me just install this. Let me just install this real quick. We need our system to be able to like style our HTML markup without us having to do anything, because that's how you'll be able to display blog posts. It's not possible to add Tailwind to content, but you can be able to display it. So when you display it, you want that typography to show up. So let me just go to our Tailwind config and add it. Plugin forms, typography. I'll just add it here. Let's see if it has worked. Very nice. So now it looks weird. It looks weird because I think we have, what did I do here? Pros invert. I think that's where the problem was. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that. Yeah, and then I'll remove this also. Good. Now down here, I think we can add an edit button. So just do edit this project, then say class btn is secondary. Good. And then now we can say class mt6, have some margin down there, and edit this project, and then the edit page. So after we have done that, we can now go to the edit page, which is usually similar to this. Technologies. So similar to the create method, and so now here we need technologies, but we also need the project. So we'll just do project. I'll add a comma here. Project load technologies. So project load technologies, and here it's edit. Okay, so just like we had that other one, we'll do an edit and edit project title. Just keep it like that, and then you have errors. Now we will have, instead of going to store, we need to take it to update, but we need to pass in project. Method is still post, but now we need to do at method put. So update is put, and then now here we have old, or if we don't have old, we need to do project title. So we'll do that for almost everything. So this is except description, because we so that means, what this means is, if in case we had saved and there is the updated version of what we have, like for example here, if the first time you load the page, they will know this will not be present, so we will display this. However, once you modify this, now when you try to save and there's an error, the updated version will be saved here. So the what will be in old here will be like more up to date than this. In fact, a more appropriate way is to do this old like this. So because old, it accepts a value for the default value in case the other one is missing. So we'll just do this. So in case we don't have in the session, in case we don't have a description in the session, we'll use the project description. Okay, so that should be link. Sorry, don't want to type that one. So old technologies, if we don't have that, then now I want to do something else here. I want to extract the technologies, so I'll do technologies. IDs will be project technologies black ID to array. So this one, we can be able to like do this, yeah. And we can be able to do also this. So with this, we can be able to do that. So that in case we don't have technologies in old, we can replace them with the technologies that are already attached to this project. Okay. So this is just one way of doing it, and let's see, old published or project published. In it. So I think that way we are doing fine. And so I think here we can have like previously uploaded images down here. Div class mt3, and then we just say previously uploaded images. And if you can remember, we created we created a class that would be able to load for us the previously uploaded images, multiple, for a class with multiple images. So we have access to an attribute called thumb XS links. Let me just show you where that is, just in case you've forgotten. We had here in decorators, we had this one. So this is what we are going to try and access and display all those images here. So we'll have a grid, or maybe we'll have a flex box, then flex wrap, then maybe 3, and then just have an img dot. So src would be that. So add for each. Add for each images. Sorry, project. Thumb links as if you can remember, we had like an ID, then we had a link, at end for each, and then we can have like the link is what we are interested in, so the link will go here, and then class here would say, we just say h maybe 20 with 20, and then object cover. This is just the Tailwind CSS, but you can tell if you know any CSS. Yeah. So we don't want the images to be distorted. That's why I'm adding object cover. So it will just be squeezed back to aspect ratio. Whatever is not is not fitting will be hidden from view. Yeah. So that's good. I think that's it. So later on, you can even include functionality for deleting each image for those that you want to be deleted. Yeah. So let me just see what we got. Edit. Yeah. So this one doesn't have any technologies. So as you can see here, this looks weird, so we can go to a text box, a text area, and then instead of doing this, we do this. Good. That looks awesome. Now, before we even try to so we can also add that button that will redirect us to the show page. Create edit. Where are we with edit? Edit, we are here. So we can do this. Yeah, I can create on this and come back here. So when we do edit, so we don't have any images, but as you can see, like we have been able to load all our previous data. So in case I update this rundown title, updated, and then I try to save, let me just say I have removed that so that we get an error. Oh, okay, there's something I forgot. It's fine. So I didn't forget anything. It's just that we haven't put up the functionality for updating. So we will do the same thing here. We do validation. So instead of creating a new project here, just do project, then fill this data, then save. Okay, and then the rest of it remains the same. So as you can see, it's complaining that we have this code is similar to what we have at the top. So one way of addressing this, maybe you can just take this, go to project, and then we do like a public static function, say validation rules. So this is in the project model, right? We'll return an array. So return that. So instead of repeating it everywhere, we just do project validation rules. So this one will be able to work for us. We can also replace that here. And we have our validation rules. This should be able to suffice. And let me just do that again. Let me try to save. Updated. Images is required. You can see like we have our updated thing. That means that our code is excellent. So let's say I add here CSS, I add API 2, and then I try again to save. They should come back. You see, now we are not losing any data. We are able to like just do the updates well. Okay, fine. So after doing that, maybe let me just try to look for an image here. And try to save that. Let's try to return this. We see if we are getting here. Just want to see if we are getting any images at all. If we have images in our payload, yes we do. So I think maybe this name we should change it to like an array. Okay, and then also on the create, the name should be an array. So I think that will solve our problems. Let me just go here again. Let me try that again. Very nice. So it's uploading them, but there's one other thing we need to do. We need to link. So if we go and check like our storage folder, if we check here, we'll be able to see that can place flowers. Our image has been uploaded, but it's not displaying because it needs to be linked to the public directory so that it can be accessible to the public. So the way you do that is PHP artisan storage link. Good. Now if I come here and refresh this, good, our image is showing. Whew. So everything here is working fine. There's only one thing that we need to do to delete. We're almost done. Let me just add functionality for deleting. So here we only need to do like project delete, and then we redirect the user to the project index. Yeah, so I'll do, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone. We are left with one here. You can view it, you can edit. I need to add a button somewhere for creating new ones. So on the index, we need to add something here. So div dot flex dot items, okay, dot justify, and so I just want to put here route. So that will be dashboard dot projects dot create, and then that will be btn secondary create new project, right? Maybe then I'll do end plus maybe this should be primary. Then we can create a new project, and then maybe here profile. So when you're on the dashboard homepage, I had some code here that we can use to create a bunch of things. I had some snippet code here. I called it link widgets. So let me just quickly create another controller called dashboard controller. So inside dashboard, I'll do a dashboard controller. So this one is the one we are going to use to return. So function, we are going to use this to display our dashboard instead of returning, because currently we're returning logic in the routes. So function index, and maybe we just return return a view, here, so that will be dashboard dot index, right? And then I will do some links here. We will just be using this to be able to display some quick links. So I just say links, links. Okay, so if I go to my routes, dashboard, instead of doing this here, I'll just do dashboard controller class index. So make sure you import this so that you can be able to use it this way. This should work fine. And then now I'll go to dashboard, and then I create an index file here. PHP file index.let.php, like that, and then so I'll just do this. Alright, so this is where we do, as you can see here, we have the title. This is the title, then this is the link. So we just pick those up and we insert them here. So I'll just do this. So in the grid, so we need to insert many items in the grid, so I'll just create many items using what we have, and then I'll put them in the grid. So what we'll do is we'll have the title here, and then we'd have the link here. Link. Maybe we can call them, we can make them secondary, and text gray 100. BG secondary, text gray 100 over BG secondary. So let me maybe make these other ones primary. Primary maybe 90. Reduce the opacity there, but then have these other ones. PG secondary, ring secondary. We have about, that was 90, maybe 95. BG primary. Okay, fine. So we can have that. And I don't know why the grid thing is not working. Yeah, so that way, if we have like another thing, we'll just do like here we do technologies, and refresh, we have another one. So that way, if we land on the dashboard, we can be able to quickly navigate to these links. So if I click on projects, I can go to the projects page. If I click on dashboard, I go back. You see that? So basically, this is how you create an app, but now you just make it a little more elegant. But basically, that's how you do it, okay? So you've been able to create at least an app that can do a lot. And normally, the biggest challenge for developers is usually to create forms like this and keeping track of the changes. So the fact that we've been able to do this is a huge milestone. So let us finally just try to test it one more time. I just use this, and then okay. Then we'll have a bunch of images here. Let's just download a couple of them, and then just upload as many as we can. Let me save it. So you can see the image has been uploaded, and you can see all of them are listed here, the images that have been previously uploaded. Yeah, so that's fine. That's excellent. So there's a lot you can do with this. So the task that maybe I can leave you with is to make sure that you can display those images on those things on the website, like create these pages here and see what you can be able to achieve with that. And then also after that, you proceed now to create blog posts, and just like we have done here, you do blog posts here. Now the other thing that I wanted to show you was something very important. Just one last important thing is just how you can use a rich text editor. So rich text editor, I will just where is my website? Oh yeah, so my snippets are here. Rich text editor, that's how you do your rich text editor. So okay, so I will have another component called rich text editor blade.php, and then we just have this. Let me rename this to rich text editor script. I'll just leave it like this just in case we ever need to process anything. But for now, so I can, when I want to use it on any page, I'll just come here and say, let's say on the edit page, I have what was that? This one. So I can add, you see, I can add here rich text editor, and then here I can import this. So I can just say X rich text editor scripts, like that. And then once I do that, I can now be able to have those in my code. Rich text editor scripts. Rich text editor scripts. Rich text editor scripts. Rich. Oh. I named it poorly. Text editor. Yebo, you can see that. So here now we can be able to use things like bolding, whatever. And let me just try to run our migrations again so that we get that other content that had HTML markup in it. Now, if I was to go to the home page, login, if I was to go to projects and then let's say I go to edit, yeah, you can see now it loads like this. Yeah, so you can be able to like see visually what you're editing and be able to add things like tables and code and that and whatever. So what it's complaining, this code is complaining because a valid API key is required starting 2024. You can just sign up on their website and add that API key and add that API key to your requests. So this is from this rich text editor is from TinyMCE. TinyMCE. So you can be able to like to sign up for an account here. I think get free API key, and then you can be able to use that. Okay. So that will suffice. So now we've been able to create a Laravel app, and I've shown you an example of how you can be able to log in, log out, and also manage content. As you can see, Laravel is a huge thing. So once you learn the basics like that, now you can go into trying to beautify your applications and just make them look excellent. But the most important part is where you understand the functionality inside out. And if you understand that functionality inside out, then you have now freedom to experiment and do more. So what I would recommend from here is you just go and read the documentation. Make sure you understand the documentation. The reason why for me I like kept on going back and forth from the documentation back and forth is because I understand that in order for you to catch something over time, you need repetitive reading. So you need to read something and read it again and read it again. So when you're coding, don't shy away from going back to the documentation. And I would recommend once you do something in the tutorial, you pick up whatever you need, but then try and build something independently and figure out how that goes for you. That's how you become better. Like for me, when I started with Laravel, I remember I created another framework on top of Laravel before I knew how to use Laravel properly. And once I knew how to use Laravel properly, everything works fine now. So if it's your first time, it's going to take a little bit of time. If you are already a developer and you just want to create some quick app with Laravel, then yeah, that's still fine. So how you choose to operate this is completely up to you, but just make sure that you practice and you read the documentation. Otherwise, thank you so much. If this video has been helpful to you and you'd like to support this channel, make sure you can look through the description and leave there some links on how you can support me on using various channels. Otherwise, have a good one. See you in the next video.